Take it off. Take it all off. Nothing takes it off, life. Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro Country.
You never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Nothing upsets a pickle lover more than a dull, soggy pickle. Pickle lovers always insist on the proud pickle. Heinz. No compromise, no shortcuts, no soggy pickle. Heinz stops at nothing to give you a pickle that tastes the way no other pickle does. Crisp, full-bodied, savory. That's what makes Heinz the proud pickle. If you were the best-tasting pickle, wouldn't you be proud?
If you want to know what's going on Wall Street, ask Shearson Hamill.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Oh.
Excuse me, Mrs. Schwartz. Could you tell us how you feel about oil heat? Oil heat? Oh, well, I think oil heat is wonderful. See, I'm showering in the school. What's for hot water? All I want, all I can use. And I know for a fact that only oil heat can give me so much, so fast, and it's so dependable. And I got my dishwasher going, my washer going. Still plenty of hot water. Wouldn't drop myself. You know, everybody, all my friends wouldn't think of buying a house unless it was heated by oil. Oh, everybody thinks it's so dependable. Dependable hot water and dependable comfortable heating in every room in my house.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes?
You know you're on television?
Yes, I know.
Oil heat. You can depend on it.
Nice intro. I like that.
It'll turn out okay. And unfortunately, it looks like we have bad. For this episode, we have a bad lag. Hopefully, when it goes live, the lag will be gone. Knock on wood. But thank you for the compliment. Yeah, it took me 2 weeks to get that intro ready, or longer.
Were those clips from the new TV show? I'm forgetting the name of it, but it was about dinosaurs. Or where'd you get the dinosaur footage for that?
Well, no, not new. I don't have any dinosaur footage. Those were Dimetrodons. Those are mammals.
My apologies. Educate me. Yes, that's
Yes.
good. So they were all mammals in the even.
They're not technically not mammals either. They're on our line of the reptile and mammal split, more closer to this. But yeah, each of the things that we showed each of the things on the intro are subjects I've talked about before. Kingdom Hearts, Spider-Man, primates, Dagnaropa, music, pterodactyls.
Yeah, was that you playing the guitar? I saw that.
No, that was
Cool.
that was my friend Brad, who has a band.
Ah, gotcha. Do you play music at all?
I used to sing in both. I used to sing in both school choir and church choir way back in the olden times.
No way, me too. I did. I think it was like middle school choir, and then we had like a musical. I think it was. Oh gosh, The Wizard of Oz. That's what it was, and I was like a munchkin or something. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, that was an interesting intro. You had a blend of video gaming and, like you said, music and the history stuff. So you got a lot going on. That's very cool.
Yeah, I talk about a lot of different topics. That's why my catchphrase at the end is "enjoy the randomness." Because
enjoy the randomness. Well, that works out because I'm usually a pretty free-flowing conversationalist. I like to jump around and get lost. So we'll have fun.
So what do you? Are you in school right now, or were you in school? Or you ever been in school? Or
Yeah, I was in school for electrical engineering at ASU. That was way back in 2015. So I dropped out after the first year. Had a really bad heartbreak, actually, which I'm not going to go into. But yeah, that happened. And then there was, family drama.
Love and school don't mix sometimes.
Right. So, I mean, I've wanted to go back, but since then I've kind of had a massive shift in my worldview in a lot of different ways. And I've come to realize that just financially, it's probably not the right choice right now. It could be. And I've been talking to my friend Jay over on the Pocket Locker channel about kind of getting his advice on what I should do there. Because right now I'm just working
I
at
wish you go to school for free like they
show.
do over in the European time zones. You know, like, oh, school, no big deal. College.
It should be. Yeah, I have like 5 points that I think any decent government should be responsible for providing. And one of that is education. The other 5 are food, shelter, transportation, healthcare, and defense. Did I get 5?
Yeah, 6 total.
Yeah. Food, shelter, water is all kind of bundled, in my opinion. But I don't know. What do you think about that?
Oh, definitely. It's already in the police. The fire is part of that thing right now already. It's everything else.
Are you do you lean left? Do you lean right? Are you in the U.S.? I should ask.
Yes. Don't want to get too much for doxing purposes, but I am in Ohio.
Oh, very cool. I'm in SoCal. So
Southern California.
And yeah. And I'm a leftist, or at least I think I am.
Yeah, I'm more left leaning, but I've maybe more than I used to be. Oh, I've always been left leaning, but but before I was more of a center left than way over there left.
Now you're way over there left?
No, I don't know. I have no idea what left means anymore, really.
Are you a socialist?
I don't know.
No worries. Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
they're super nuanced and complex terms. People use them different ways. It's philosophy is a mess, and political philosophy is no different. Or political science, I suppose.
For the longest time, I thought I was more of a left centralist, I guess. Because to me, before me at the time, both sides of the extreme were crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the right has gone crazy.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if the left is even really represented in politics anymore, at least in the U.S. But
I guess,
yeah, both parties, both the Democrats and Republicans, need to go, in my opinion.
Well, to me, it's not much, but I don't know if it's still a thing now, but about 5-6 years ago, I thought some of the extreme what are they called again? I can't think.
SJW, the social justice warriors.
Yeah, who are going a little extreme sometimes. But not all of them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, all guys are rapists, all guys are sexist, all white men are racist, and all that stuff. That's the part I didn't agree with. Of course, both sides, they're like, if you're not this, then you're a sexist gay basher. And on the right side, they're like, kill all the gays. Like, I'm like, you're both crazy.
I think what I noticed a lot was like, because I was on YouTube for the whole, atheist YouTube community, and that's kind of how I found my way out of religion.
Yeah.
But because I was on the platform so much, I noticed the alt-right movement that was happening.
Yeah.
Specifically within the atheist community that kind of branched off and had this sort of, I view it now as like a pseudo-logical, common sense sort of take to these issues that was bolstered by the sorts of nitpicking and sensationalized media production.
Yeah. To me,
because a lot of these crazies on campus, they just seemed to be not representative.
Yeah, to me it was less of that and more of the so-called Gamergate situation that's happening.
Yeah, that's what YouTube Punk. Thank you. He just is how it usually goes.
I was more concerned about the banning Zelda or Mario games. That was my at the time my main concern. I was like,
who was who was that activist? I mean, I actually like her. Anita Sarkeesian. Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah, she got a lot of hate. I think unjustly, but yeah, she had some hot takes on video games that I wouldn't agree with. I'm a gamer too, by the way. So,
of course, like all things, some things, like games can be outdated and stuff. Like movies are outdated, back then,
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, totally. Completely. You change future games. It's like, it'd be like, I considered her more of a left-leaning book burning thing, instead of burning books for religious purposes, she was burning games for the same purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you just said, though, which is we need to change the games. And I think that part of the difficulty in making that sort of change is when you have media that represents older views and it gets really popular, then that helps perpetuate and slow change in a way. And so it's like you almost need an activist to point out and say, hey, we need more representation in video games, or we need to get rid of this blatant sexism, or whatever the problem is. It's good that someone points it out. Whether she pointed it out the right way or not, I honestly would have to go back and revisit all that drama, but I don't have the time or patience for that.
Yeah.
What games are you playing right now? Let's get to the juice of the matter.
Well, right now I'm not playing any games. I've been working on trying to write a book.
Oh, very cool. What's it called?
Right. The title right now is Children of the Crossroads.
Children are the Crossroads. And is it about, what is it? Yeah, tell me, talk about it.
It's about the descendants of, guarding, there was this, like an underground prison full of mystical and dangerous people of Earth and other things.
Okay.
And these, and somehow back in the past, the Guardians split up, little feuding among themselves. And now, like hundreds of years later, their kids are alive, and they're finally meeting together.
Interesting. That has a lot of potential there.
Yeah, I was in the editing stage, but my editor computer crashed. I can't find a new developmental editor for the book now.
Oh, you fired him?
No. He fired himself because he kept on delaying. Then finally his laptop just stopped working, and he gave me a refund, of course.
Oh, good.
But yeah, I have to find a new one. And unfortunately he was one of the cheaper ones. I'm not saying cheaper is bad or anything, but it's like
he was giving you a deal. Yeah, that sucks.
I only have so much money to spend with a McDonald's salary.
You work at McDonald's right now? I'm working at Skimmer's Panini shop, so they don't slave me as hard as I'm sure they do at McDonald's because it's corporate.
The work's pretty easy. It's not sometimes the upper management, but mostly it's the customers I don't like dealing with.
Really? Yeah. See, I don't have that because we're just a family-owned small shop. So like most of our customers are super nice. I'll get occasional issues, but I never have to actually deal with them. Like if I ever don't want to talk to a customer, I could just be like, one moment, and then just go get something.
Yeah, that's what I do too. If someone's really bugging me, like, you management deal with it. This is why I don't want to be management at McDonald's, because I don't want to deal with it.
It's above my pay grade, is what I say.
Yeah, and it's like, but most of them, it's not the rudeness is bad too. Sometimes it's the stupidity of something you should basically know.
Real workers know better than anyone that most of the world is really dumb.
Yeah, it's like whoever wrote "The Customer is Always Right" never worked with customers.
Yeah, well, they were probably some business executive, right?
But, oh God, like, say you say, oh, sorry, I want a milkshake. Sorry, ice cream machine is working right now. Okay, can I have an ice cream cone then? That's still ice cream.
Down. Let's get to the real interview here.
I don't care.
Ready for takeoff?
Zach. Whoa. Working hard on my stunt, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flipped. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Put the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front.
It's too terrifying a reality to fully believe. I don't even know what would happen to you if you fully believed it. Question that cuts close to the bone. Loss of faith in the idea of the individual. It is only the individual, after all, who suffers. The group does not suffer.
Hi, friends. Replacing.
And will be again rationalized and justified for its supposed benefits for the future of the group.
And thank you.
This is for Peter W.
Yeah, I'll take some calls.
Might as well.
Let me in there. Let me show Doug how it's done. Some of you flag-waving phony Christians are thinking that right now. Come on, Peter. Back up your words. You accused me of being basically a misogynist. Say it to my face. Okay, Peter, what's your problem with me? Oh, you're joking. You do this to me on my channel and on Rebecca's Bread of Life channel. You will
only when you're beating up women.
I treat women and men equally. I beat up on both of them. You're the sexist. Those poor babies, those little women, we gotta treat them.
Well, I think that you tend to interrupt women with a little bit more freedom than you do men.
You think so?
Look at all the interviews I've done with men and all the interviews. I would say that.
Oh, yes, I have it all in a spreadsheet, all the timestamps.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I have it all in a spreadsheet. I have a thought experiment. What if a meteor was coming to hit the Earth, and it was going to wipe out mankind and the world was doomed? But we could shoot a rocket to another distant planet and start evolution all over again on that planet.
Okay.
Should we do it?
With all due respect, what the f are you talking about?
I figured that would be your answer.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by PineCreek, the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J, Pocket Locker, BUNDY! I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy, I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. What just happened to my damn music? Why did you play my damn music? What is wrong with you? I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls. Who is doing this? Who is doing this? What is going on right now? Who, what? What? So what? So what? So what? I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not a boy toy. God is stupid. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Things get weak. Please, Pocket, don't hurt us. Please, Pocket, don't hurt us. Oh, Jesus, come help us. Oh, Jesus, the cult of the flying man's too cool for us. And they're beating everybody up. They're hurting people. The group does not lose faith. The group is losing faith. It's too terrifying. It's too goddamn terrifying. Let's go. That mic flipped off. Get your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. And holy shit, do we have a lot to get into today. Things are going down. Y'all, Trump about to get indicted, impeached, something going on. Something going on. But, yeah, but motherfucker, we got things to do, though. We got things to do. I don't have time for all of this. There's too much going on today. Somebody tell the news to slow the fuck down. I ain't got time for all this shit today. And where the fuck is my screen? Oh, my screen done got knocked out. All right, y'all. We got to catch a vibe real quick. Let's see. Probably the best way to do that, given that my goddamn screen just went out, is to head to, let's go to airplanemode.com. All right, y'all, let me fix my screen real quick. Here we go.
Wake me up, man, I don't need alarm. I hope I get to where I'm going before time is gone. Just hope that even if I don't, they go and play my songs. Throw on my merch, roll some papers, hit the Henny strong. I'm past rap, niggas steady screaming where they cash at. Meanwhile, these bookings coming in through selling cash app, and that's fast. Running in them circles while I lap cats. To the same nigga pulling zips about the backpack. Shit a rat race, get cheese still in last place. Chances I'll take, can't wait, let's the bag straight. Been on my game, I don't lag on they ass. Soon enough, the same ones that hate, same ones that's valet. Damn right, niggas wanna see your gigs on standby. Damn right, niggas crossing over like you sham guy. Swear I never gave a fuck what niggas said. Cause if you shake my hand, we 100 or I can. You my nigga, I would never take the stand on ya. You my nigga tryna get 100 grand with ya. Yeah, if you my dog, know I love you the most. Cause the ones I call bros, we done been through the worst. Man, it's dedication, stay patient, ain't lack faith. Ups and downs, but it's a crunch time, and that's me. Did the dash straight out the lot, playing some Max B. Niggas see me grinding, top 10 and rising. Blueprint, we wildin', brunch time, we vibing. Blunt lit inside it, never know who gon' poppin'. Yeah, know I love you the most. You forever show me love, no, I'm keeping you close.
Don't forget, everybody, we interviewed OG Roddy a couple nights ago. Cuz slid through on the podcast. Please go ahead and check out that stream we did earlier this week. It's called Airplane Mode. Check out our interview with OG Roddy. It's actually a self-contained stream, so it's not in the middle of an 8-hour stream. It's like a standalone stream. We had a great time. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get into communion so that we can get into the program. Appreciate everybody being here, whether you're in the chat, mod, co-pastor, lurking, jerking, having a good day, having a bad day. Thank you for spending some time with us. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him. In the unity of the flying man, all glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. God damn it, why did I not do this first? Oh my goodness. Oh, you really making me type all this out? You may drink. Oh, I got that afternoon wine. What am I even drinking right now? Red Moscato. Red Moscato. Ass needs to be firmly clenched at all times. That's how people get hurt. That's how people get hurt and relationships end up in trouble. Here's our communion song. It comes to us via the one and only OG Roddy. You can get it at itsairplanemode.com. Also, OG Roddy has a new podcast out. We got to check that out at some point. There's a new episode of A Black Cat's Voice. It's just a lot going on in the community, folks. Let's go. Ready for takeoff? Let's hit the one-hit wonder.
Every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she hear everything for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least the dog when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping.
I forget what it's called. I think it's called Take Off Tuesday or something.
Take some time out my day for you.
It has a really good name.
I even took her on a plane, but she
really good name.
Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you.
Departure Tuesdays. Departure Tuesdays. I think that's pretty good. Take Off Tuesdays would have been good too. Maybe we can use Take Off Tuesdays. He can have Departure Tuesdays. We'll use Take Off Tuesdays.
Some say I'm tripping. She turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me.
OG Rodcast would have been nice. That would have been a good name. The Roddy Potty.
In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust.
Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. Oh, I got it wrong. He always changes it. My favorite was niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup.
I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you.
Tracks are so good. Mixes are so good, man. Now he's doing podcasts. Now he's coaching the men's league team. He told us that my other cousin, Dante, you know, like when I go to Jersey and I want to see my cousins, you know, my female cousins have sort of scattered to the four winds, my female adult cousins. But OG Roddy's still in Jersey, like an area where, you know, everybody's from. And so is Dante, right? And they actually are close, right? So they're cousins. OG Roddy is my Uncle Marcus's son, who's unfortunately no longer with us. Dante is my Uncle Moses' son, who's also no longer with us. My mom is the oldest and the only surviving of my grandparents' 3 children. So it's kind of tragic, right? Because my mom's had to bury both of her younger brothers. My grandparents, both of their younger boys, right? And that's not really, it's kind of weird. But anyway, like one of the things I'm happy about is that they're so cool, right? They talk a lot. They play video games together. They play basketball together. They're now on the same men's league team. So we cool like that. I always tell people I'm fortunate that me and my cousins are friends. We genuinely, y'all can see when we did the interview, we genuinely like each other. You know, it's no sense of, you know, familial obligation to one another or anything like that. We genuinely love each other, get along, and always happy to support each other and do things together when we can. Yeah, so I think the truth is, guys, I think we missed the January 6th hearing. But as I am understanding the reporting, the committee has unanimously voted to subpoena Donald Trump. Here you go. So we may review this. You guys know I committed to covering all the January 6th committee hearings. So likely either later tonight, tomorrow, maybe that's what we'll do late night. Maybe we'll watch this late night tonight. We'll rewind the tape. We'll go through this. That way we're staying timely. That might also give us something to stream to start off our overnight stream. We'll stream it from Gather. We'll stream it on, we'll bring the casino back. Maybe we'll do a bridge stream, get people going back to the casino. Might be a good thing to do. But let me catch y'all up with what I have in front of me, and then we're gonna do what we got to do, which is go ahead with our show and get into some of the other things we have to get into today. Some of which do involve Donald Trump. So all love, all good. Let's get it.
Knowing from the president himself what was going on that day in the Oval Office, as she said, Congresswoman Cheney. We have heard from so many of the political staffers who worked for President Trump, who worked in the Department of Justice, including those folks that I worked with earlier, but they can't get us inside his head. We need to hear from him under oath if we want to know what happened that day. Politically, however, there are large chunks of the country that may not care.
January 6th committee subpoenas former President Donald Trump for documents and testimony. I see that guy he's talking to all the time. Oh, you know what? That's the. I think that maybe one of the Capitol police officers that testified or something. I've definitely seen that man.
You heard the case laid out by the Congresswoman Liz Cheney there.
He looked familiar as fuck today.
Both documents and
I was looking at that man like I know that man today.
You think that's necessary?
Yeah, that's some of the other witnesses. I think that's one of the witnesses too that he's talking to now.
Don't have right now.
That guy right there.
Is the connection direct connection between the president and the insurrectionists.
Maybe some of them are gathered together in a gallery or something.
That's why you saw Stone take the fifth. There is more story there, and there's more involvement in a totally speculative way of the president of the United States in directing these activities directly. And without that direct connection, you don't have the story. What I think is so interesting about this is how somber that moment was on the committee. They understand
Redeem Evolution. What up, Spider? What up, Spider?
That this is a serious event for Congress to subpoena.
Man, actually, I don't even think we really have any evolution-related quotes. We might find some. I'm sure we'll get our opportunities in there.
Between the Oath Keepers who are currently under trial for doing what the president asked them to do, in my opinion, and the president dodging a subpoena.
Also, Spider, do you have your Gather stuff? I want to make sure everybody's in Gather. Have you received your invites and everything? I think I sent them to you on Discord. If I did not, please let me know. Actually, let me check.
He's promised to pardon them, but speaking on their behalf in front of this committee could be pretty interesting. For the
also need to send Jerome
essentially
his
you're making
stuff.
is that it's not just the people who showed up on January 6th, of course the Oath Keepers and so many others on the steps of the Capitol, but the authorities who helped pre-plan this and knew it was coming.
Absolutely, and so they're currently on trial. So many of those people, whether it's the Proud Boys, whether it's the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, but the president.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm just gonna check on these Gather invites.
You're good people. I love you all.
Let's listen along.
Then go defend them in front of this
committee. And then we'll go ahead and get into the other things we gotta do.
When the American
this is crazy. I'm excited. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of excited right now.
I did want to ask you.
I want to see Trump's ass under oath now.
26 days from now. The midterm elections. We know a number of people who were there on the 6th. They're actually running for Congress. There's a much larger group that includes those who are election deniers. So what we're looking at with these hearings, very important 26 days from now. And I can't help but to think back to the images we just saw for the first time. You had Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Steny Hoyer, a number of others from both parties gathered in that moment, knowing democracy essentially was at stake, that this was unfolding in real time. To see that behind the scenes and juxtapose that with what we're seeing publicly these days in this country, it's stark, the contrast.
When you look at the leadership and the leadership of Nancy Pelosi very calmly talking about how to move the country forward and get this vote behind them.
I don't think I have Spider on my list.
The president sitting watching television all by himself in the dining room, and then claiming he wasn't watching television.
Yeah. Check Discord. Let me.
The question is, what's going to be on the ballot?
Hit me up in Discord.
Is it going to be democracy?
Let me
or is it
get
going to
this
be
over
the economy?
to you.
If you're Republican operatives today, you're going, yes, on a day when the president got horrible news on inflation.
Sorry about that, my
This is
friend.
what people are watching, and I think it really puts it to the American public. Are we going to vote that inflation problem, global inflation problem, or are we going to vote for our democracy? And that's going to be a real test for the American public and for the electorate, and really for the people who are on the ballot today to make democracy an issue, a voting issue in this 2022, or it's going to be revisited by all of us again in 2024.
I'd be remiss if we didn't mention Mike Pence as well, the former vice president, who was the one in that moment who is on the phone with Nancy Pelosi, and he was the one who delivered the news that they believed that they would be able to get back in session to help certify the election, his place in history as this was all unfolding. And then, of course, the message from the former president, the tweet that had immediate reaction on Capitol Hill from those who had showed up to support the former president when he said essentially that Mike Pence did not come through for us, that it was Mike Pence who was on the phone with the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying we are going to be able to preserve what our duty is. We are going to be able to get back in session.
Yeah, I mean, no one can take that away from the vice president. But as I point out, the vice president used to be a member of Congress. And I think those of us who are members and former members have a special affinity to the institution and to the building. And it doesn't surprise me that he rallied to defend Article 1.
Former Senator from North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp. Heidi, always great for your insight. And of course, we look forward to talking with you a lot more in the next 26 days and certainly on election night right here. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz, our senior global affairs anchor. And Martha, you were on Capitol Hill as this was all unfolding. And again, this window that we were given in this 9th public hearing, and John and I were talking about this earlier, I gather for many people watching at home who have wondered at so many points along the way, I mean, really, what can we learn that will be new this time?
I did send it to you in Discord. You know what though? It was the old one, I think, without the goddamn links. All right, let's take care of this.
Today we learned so much more, including those
there might
images
be a bunch of people
that I was
who are
just
actually in
talking
that
to Heidi about.
situation.
Very symbolic, but very important too. The bipartisan moment, leaders meeting together. How are they going to preserve their role, their constitutional duty to get back into that chamber and certify the election?
Exactly, David, and that bipartisan effort calling everybody they can to say, what can you do? Can you send the Guard? Get us back inside that building to certify that election.
Yeah, guys, I think I sent everybody their shit without the actual links.
At the Pentagon trying to get the National Guard there to clear out those rioters so they could send the members of Congress back in. You know, that site where they were, I have spent a lot of time at that site. It's away from Capitol Hill, and I know they prepare all the time for emergencies, but I'm sure that group of people who help protect them were as shocked as anyone that these members of Congress were streaming in to seek protection from those rioters on Capitol Hill. David, I also want to say just a bit, because I was watching Mike Flynn, the retired general who was briefly Donald Trump's national security advisor, take the fifth about whether he spoke to Donald Trump on January 6th. There was another episode where he took the fifth, and that's whether he believed in the peaceful transfer of power. And Mike Flynn took the fifth on that. You have to wonder whether Donald Trump thinks standing in front of that committee and probably taking the fifth would be a good idea, and what he could really add to that narrative. Also, just one more thing, David, the image of Donald Trump, because I was there that morning when he was speaking at that rally and saying, let these people come closer, let these people come closer. One of the reasons was to go through the magnetometer. That's the crowd he could see right there. And there were big, huge blank spaces between that crowd and really the massive crowd behind him. But in private, saying that we heard that testimony, I don't care that they have weapons. He knew they had weapons. They are not here to hurt me. And then that mob, that armed mob, he didn't care as long as they weren't there to hurt him. But boy, they were headed to hurt other people as well, according to this testimony.
Yeah, that really landed yet again today, Martha. Our thanks to you. Again, the information Martha is alluding to has been mentioned in hearings before, and again, with a bit of a punch today. The fact that the former president and people very close to him in the administration had been warned that people had gathered there in the Capitol who were armed that day. And you could actually hear today when they played that part of the speech at the Ellipse, when the former president, made an appeal to the Secret Service and to law enforcement to please let those people who are gathered beyond this immediate circle, let them in too. And the magnetometer that Martha speaks of, essentially a metal detector like we all go through at the airport and elsewhere. The magnetometers would have alerted, obviously, authorities to the weapons that have been brought to the Capitol. But the president, as Martha points out, according to testimony, was not concerned with that because he said they weren't here to hurt me, according to testimony there before the January 6th committee. I want to bring in our senior national affairs correspondent, Terry Moran, also watching with us today. And Terry, the big picture here, this committee set out today to demonstrate to the American people what was going through the former president's mind during all of this, the lead up to January 6th, the day of January 6th, and certainly afterward too. And to think about how the hearing started with Roger Stone, and other supporters who essentially said, Stephen Bannon as well, that the president will come out and he will declare victory on election night, whether he has won or not, whether the votes are finished. And we all knew they weren't going to be finished. They never are, but certainly in this election during a pandemic with the number of mail-in votes that were being counted. And then to see that play out in front of the American people today. He declared victory, of course, on that night. To then be told by Attorney General Bill Barr that these conspiracy theories about the election, the so-called, vote dump in Detroit that wasn't a vote dump, that's how they count the votes in Detroit, the absentee ballots in Pennsylvania, the Dominion voting systems, and then watching within hours or within a day or so, the president then going before the American people, even though behind the scenes he had been told essentially that this was nonsense from Bill Barr, going before the cameras anyway. And Terry, lastly, that moment that you and I talked about on the colonnade when he said after the Supreme Court, one of many legal challenges that he lost, after the Supreme Court also rejected a claim, he was so frustrated and angry that Cassidy Hutchinson said he told his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, I don't want people to know that I lost.
Because he was embarrassed, David. What the committee did today was tell a story, the story of a plot. And it unfolded ominously. It unfolded from that moment at the beginning when there were plans to claim victory on a night before all the votes were counted. A fundamentally un-American thing to do, to claim victory before all the votes were counted. And the central character in each step of the way, as the committee portrayed it today, based on the evidence and testimony that they got, was Donald Trump himself, driving this plot, as the committee described it, pushing the crowd forward. And there were the tangential characters around him, from Roger Stone to Mike Flynn, who had connection with the violent people. And then, as the storm broke on the Capitol, as the violence began, watching it on television, some witnesses having described it as almost gleefully watching it on television. And what they did was bring us into the Capitol, into the experience, not just of the police officers and the violence as we've seen before, but as you've been talking about, of the leaders of the American Congress themselves, scurrying through basement tunnels into windowless little rooms, desperately trying to figure out how to get their constitutional duty accomplished. It really is one of the most heartbreaking scenes in the history of our democracy, it seems to me. And what the committee did today was try to dramatize how this plot unfolded and how, as it went on, you could see it in those videos from the basement of the Capitol as the leaders of the Congress struggled to do their duty. Our democracy hung by a hair. And the implication is it still does.
That was certainly the case they tried to make today, in saying that the former president and those who still support him and the false claims that those are a current present danger as we head into another election 26 days from now. We have just a couple of minutes here. Stick with us, Terry. One more question for you. I know for many of our stations, your local news begins at 4, just moments from now. But Terry, our sort of in-house historian here, the significance of a House committee subpoenaing a former president?
It's a huge moment. As you noted, there have been presidents who've testified before congressional committees, former presidents as well, Gerald Ford being the most recent to explain his pardon of Richard Nixon. A momentous occasion then, and this would be a showdown like nothing we've seen because of the crisis that the country faces, with really the Republican Party now having endorsed the Trump view of January 6th, that it was no big deal, really, that they keep relitigating old issues. Let's move on from this. And the committee and half of the country feeling that this was a crisis for democracy. If Donald Trump, as John Carl suggests, can't resist going before the committee to fight his fight himself in that spotlight in front of the American people, it will be a showdown not just between the president and the Congress, but between those two halves of our country right now. I don't think it's going to happen. His lawyers would advise him against it. But that's where we are, that what we are seeing play out in that committee room is really the conflict that has torn our country apart.
Terry Moran, our thanks to you as always, which takes me right to Dan Abrams. And Dan, I can't imagine a member of Donald Trump's legal team, though the legal team does change from day to day, but I can't imagine any sitting member on that legal team saying you should go and testify in front of this committee.
No, this is going to be a legal meets political decision for Donald Trump. There's no doubt that all the lawyers are going to say, are you kidding me? You're not even considering this, are you? Some of his political advisors, though, may feel differently. And of course, they can challenge this. They can invoke his right against self-incrimination, et cetera. There are a lot of options here for him to avoid having to testify. But I think that there's one thing that we should point out. We're talking a lot about looking back at January 6th, and there really is a divide in this country about how significant January 6th was, should be. You heard a lot of talk today, a lot of testimony, a lot of statements talking about Donald Trump's effort to overturn the election. He knew that he had lost, and yet he kept going. But you don't really hear talk about what's happening today. I mean, just a couple of months ago, Donald Trump is still trying to overturn the election. In Wisconsin, for example, he recently lambasted an official there for not overturning the Wisconsin results. So this really isn't just about a look back. It's also about deciding what it's going to mean moving forward as well.
Dan Abrams, our chief legal analyst. Dan, our thanks to you again. The January 6th House Select Committee, in an historic move late today, voting unanimously to now subpoena the former president, Donald Trump, to both testify and provide documents for the committee and in front of the American people to testify under oath. We also saw those never-before-seen images of leaders from both parties trying to figure out how they were going to secure the Capitol and return to their constitutional duty of certifying the election. I'm David Muir here in New York. For many of you, your local news begins right now. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live and our entire team here for World News Tonight. We'll see you then. Until then, good day.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
This is an ABC News special report. Attack on the Capitol, the investigation. Now reporting David Muir.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air for the 9th and perhaps the final public hearing this year of the January 6th committee investigating the attack of the U.S. Capitol. Certainly the last hearing before the crucial midterm elections just 26 days from now. The committee today with new evidence, new interviews, and new communications from inside the Secret Service. And it's been reported that there will also be video of congressional leaders in the hours during and after the attack. The committee is expected to focus squarely on former President Trump, his state of mind, his role before and during January 6th. Of course, you're looking at live pictures of the congressional hearing room in Washington there. The panel is expected to present that new evidence demonstrating why this bipartisan committee believes the former president remains a clear and present danger going forward to American democracy, knowing full well some who were there on January 6th are running for Congress, again, Election Day approaching. Members will focus on the former president's actions and lack thereof as the violence was unfolding at the Capitol. The question, how will the committee's findings now factor into the Justice Department's criminal investigation of January 6th? You can see members of the committee, the chairman, Benny Thompson, taking his seat right there. Many asking, will there be a criminal referral? Will they send their evidence to the DOJ? How closely is the DOJ watching? We know our team of correspondents watching, standing by, Jonathan Carl, Rachel Scott, Martha Raddatz, Terry Moran, and our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, all watching right here with me today, ready to laser in on what's most significant. Let's listen to the chairman, Benny Thompson, of course, Democrat from Mississippi, as the committee hearing begins.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chairs are authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon, and may God bless the United States of America. 4 months ago, this committee started to present our findings to you, the American people. From the beginning, we understood that some people watching those proceedings would wrongly assume that the committee's investigation was a partisan exercise. That's why I asked those who were skeptical of our work to simply listen to the evidence, to hear the testimony with an open mind, and to let the facts speak for themselves before reaching any judgment. Over the course of these hearings, the evidence has proven that there was a multi-part plan led by former President Donald Trump to overturn the 2020 election. Donald Trump lost his bid for re-election, as shown from the testimony of some of the president's closest allies and advisors. Donald Trump knew he lost. Despite this knowledge, Donald Trump went to court to contest the 2020 election, and he lost in court. The Electoral College met and declared Joe Biden the winner, yet Donald Trump continued to pull out all the stops in his attempt to stay in power. What Donald Trump proceeded to do after the 2020 election is something no president has done before in our country. In a staggering betrayal of his oath, Donald Trump attempted a plan that led to an attack on a pillar of our democracy. It's still hard to believe. But the facts and testimony are clear, consistent, and undisputed. How do we know this? How have we been able to present such a clear picture of what took place? Because of the testimony we've heard and that we have presented to you through these proceedings, because of the documentary evidence we've gathered and also made available directly to you, the American people. When you look back at what has come out through this committee's work, the most striking fact.
Thanks for bearing with me. I needed to get people invited to the Gather Town. I realized that a lot of the invitations I sent out before didn't actually have links.
Who has that been? Aides who've worked loyally for Donald Trump for years?
All right, so I'm sending out new invitations to people. Let's listen to the committee.
The chairwoman of Republican National Committee, political professionals who worked at the highest levels of the Trump campaign, Trump appointees who served in the most senior positions in the Justice Department, President Trump's staff and closest advisors in the White House, members of the President Trump's family, his own White House counsel. I've served in Congress a long time. I can tell you,
all right, a lot of you guys are going to be getting new emails.
To obtain evidence like what we've received, least of all, such a detailed view into a president's inner circle. And I want to be clear, not all these witnesses were thrilled to talk to us. Some put up quite a fight, but ultimately, the vast majority cooperated with our investigation. And what we've shown you over the last 4 months has been centered on the evidence that has come overwhelmingly from Republican witnesses. So I say to you again, as I did in June, this investigation is not about politics. It's not about party. It's about the facts, plain and simple. And it's about making sure our government functions under the rule of law as our Constitution demands. Today, as in previous proceedings, my colleagues and I will present new evidence. That includes new testimony from additional Republicans who served in the Trump administration, never before seen footage of congressional leaders on January 6th working to coordinate the response to the violence and ensure the people's business went forward. New materials produced to the committee by the Secret Service, details about the ongoing threat to American democracy. Today's proceeding will also be grounded in the facts, but it won't look exactly like all our other hearings. We'll also take a step back and look at the evidence in a broader context, providing a summary of key facts we've uncovered. Facts relevant to former President Trump's state of mind, about his motivation, and about his intent. What did President Trump know? What was he told? What was his personal and substantial role in the multi-part plan to overturn the election? For those of you who've watched our prior hearings, some of this evidence will look familiar. For those of you tuning in for the first time, we'll summarize some of the most important facts, and we'll urge you to go online and watch our hearing in full. There's one more difference about today. Pursuant to the notice circulated prior to today's proceedings, we are convened today not as a hearing, but as a formal committee business meeting, so that in addition to presenting evidence, we can potentially hold a committee vote on further investigative action based upon that evidence. Before we get to that evidence, I'd recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Much has happened since our last public hearing on July 21st. As the chairman mentioned, we've received new and voluminous documentation from the Secret Service, which we continue to analyze. We've received new witness testimony, including about efforts to obstruct our investigation and conceal key facts. And according to public reporting, the Department of Justice has been very active in pursuing many of the issues identified in our prior hearings. Our committee may ultimately decide to make a series of criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, but we recognize that our role is not to make decisions regarding prosecution. The preamble to our Constitution recites among its purposes to, quote, establish justice. And our nation's judiciary and our U.S. Department of Justice have that responsibility. A key element of this committee's responsibility is to propose reforms to prevent January 6th from ever happening again. We've already proposed, and the House has now passed, a bill to amend the Electoral Count Act to help ensure that no other future plots to overturn an election can succeed.
Pocket Locker 86 said, "Dear most beloved pastors, deacons,
based
ushers."
in part on the evidence you will hear today.
Who
Our
the
hearings
fuck?
last summer began with an outline
That
of
was so
President
weird.
Trump's
That was like a
multi-part
voice
plan
message. I
to
don't know who has
overturn
their
the
shit on
2020
voice.
presidential election. We then proceeded to demonstrate each of these elements in detail with more than 20 hours of evidence. Today, we will see new evidence, but as the chairman said, we will also synthesize evidence you've seen before. The vast weight of evidence presented so far has shown us that the central cause of January 6th was one man, Donald Trump, whom many others followed. None of this would have happened without him. He was personally and substantially involved in all of it. Exactly how did one man cause all of this? Today, we will focus on President Trump's state of mind, his intent, his motivations, and how he spurred others to do his bidding, and how another January 6th could happen again if we do not take necessary action to prevent it. As you view our evidence today, I would suggest a focus on the following points. First, as you will see, President Trump had a premeditated plan to declare that the election was fraudulent and stolen before Election Day, before he knew the election results. He made his stolen election claims on election night against the advice of his campaign without any evidence in hand. Then, over the next 2 months, he sought to find those who would help him invent and spread lies about the widespread fraud. Many of those who stepped forward to help, including Rudy Giuliani, knew they never had real evidence sufficient to change the election results. And on the evening of January 5th, they admitted they were still trying to find that phantom evidence. Of course, as a result of making intentionally false claims of election fraud, Mr. Giuliani's license to practice law has now been suspended. Second, please recognize that President Donald Trump was in a unique position, better informed about the absence of widespread election fraud than almost any other American. President Trump's own campaign experts told him
All right, gang,
there was
I got
no
those
evidence
sent
to
out.
support his claims. His own Justice Department appointees investigated the election fraud claims and told him point blank they were false. In mid-December 2020, President Trump's senior advisors told him the time had come to concede the election. Donald Trump knew the courts had ruled against him. He had all of this information, but still he made the conscious choice to claim fraudulently that the election was stolen, to pressure state officials to change election results, to manufacture fake electoral slates, to attempt to corrupt our Department of Justice, to summon tens of thousands of supporters to Washington. Knowing that they were angry, knowing that some of them were armed, he sent them to the Capitol. Then, as the riot was over, he incited his supporters to further violence by publicly condemning his vice president. And then he refused for hours to command his rioting supporters and instruct them to leave the Capitol, even when he was begged repeatedly to do so. None of this is normal or acceptable or lawful in our republic. Third, please consider today who had a hand in defeating President Trump's efforts to overturn the election. Vice President Pence, Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, and others at the Department of Justice, state Republican officials, White House staff who blocked proposals to mobilize the military to seize voting machines and run new elections, our Capitol Police, aided by the Metropolitan Police, other federal law enforcement, and our National Guard, who arrived later in the afternoon. All of these people had a hand in stopping Donald Trump. This leads us to a key question. Why would Americans assume that our Constitution and our institutions in our republic are invulnerable to another attack? Why would we assume that those institutions will not falter next time? A key lesson of this investigation is this: our institutions only hold when men and women of good faith make them hold, regardless of the political cost. We have no guarantee that these men and women will be in place next time. Any future president inclined to attempt what Donald Trump did in 2020 has now learned not to install people who could stand in the way. And also, please consider this: the rulings of our courts are respected and obeyed because we as citizens pledge to accept and honor them. Most importantly, Our president, who has a constitutional obligation to faithfully execute the laws, swears to accept them. What happens when the president disregards the court's rulings as illegitimate? When he disregards the rule of law? That, my fellow citizens, breaks our republic. Finally, as you view the evidence today, also consider this. President Trump knew from unassailable sources that his election fraud claims were false. He admitted he had lost the election. He took actions consistent with that belief. Claims that President Trump actually thought the election was stolen are not supported by fact and are not a defense. There is no defense that Donald Trump was duped or irrational. No president can defy the rule of law and act this way in a constitutional republic, period. Mr. Chairman, our nation's federal judges are sworn to do impartial justice, to preserve our Constitution and preserve our Union. Dozens of these judges have been addressing January 6th cases, and many have given us plain, unmistakable warnings about the direction of our republic. Let me read from one judge's statement given at a recent sentencing hearing. Quote, high-ranking members of Congress and state officials who know perfectly well the claim of fraud was and is untrue, and that the election was legitimate, are so afraid of losing their power, they won't say so. It has to be crystal clear that it is not patriotism, it is not standing up for America, to stand up for one man who knows full well that he lost, instead of the Constitution he was trying to subvert. Mr. Chairman, the violence and lawlessness of January 6th was unjustifiable. But our nation cannot only punish the foot soldiers who stormed our Capitol. Those who planned to overturn our election and brought us to the point of violence must also be accountable. With every effort to excuse or justify the conduct of the former president, we chip away at the foundation of our republic. Indefensible conduct is defended, inexcusable conduct is excused. Without accountability, it all becomes normal and it will recur. So as we watch the evidence today, please consider where our nation is in its history. Consider whether we can survive for another 246 years. Most people in most places on earth have not been free. America is an exception. And America continues only because we bind ourselves to our founders' principles, to our Constitution. We recognize that some principles must be beyond politics, inviolate, and more important than any single American who has ever lived. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objections, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, we begin this meeting by returning to election night, November 3rd, 2020. As the chairman noted, we've previously presented testimony about how the election results were expected to come in that night. In certain states, ballots cast by mail before Election Day would be counted only after the polls closed that evening. That meant that election results would not be known for some time. Although President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, and Jared Kushner had advised Donald Trump to encourage mail-in voting by Republicans, President Trump did not do so.
Yeah, I just remember generally, you had people arguing that we had a very, very robust get out the vote effort and that, mail-in ballots could be a good thing for us if we looked at it correctly.
There was one meeting that was had in particular. I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting, not to be a bad thing for his campaign. But the president's mind was made up.
So it was expected before the election that the initial counts in some states, in other words, those votes cast on election day, would be more heavily Republican, and this would create the false perception of a lead for President Trump, a so-called red mirage. But as the results of the absentee ballots that were later counted, there could be trends towards Vice President Biden as those mail-in ballots were counted. Now, on election night, Donald Trump's advisors specifically told him he didn't have a factual basis to declare victory. He should wait for the remaining ballots to be counted. Here is campaign manager Bill Stepien.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that. I believe my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race.
But President Trump did declare victory in the late hours of election night. Not only did he declare victory, he also called for the ongoing count of votes to just stop. Stopping the count would have violated both federal and state laws and also disenfranchised millions of voters who lawfully cast their vote. He called for that action anyway. Here's what he said.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. We did win this election. We want all voting to stop.
We now know more about President Trump's intention for election night. The evidence shows that his false victory speech was planned well in advance, before any votes had been counted. It was a premeditated plan by the president to declare victory no matter what the actual result was. He made a plan to stay in office before Election Day. Now, the vice president's staff was concerned with what Donald Trump might do on election night. They took steps to ensure that Mr. Pence would not echo a false victory announcement from President Trump. Here's what the vice president's counsel, Greg Jacob, told us about his preparations with the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short.
Mark had indicated to me that there was a possibility that there would be a declaration of victory within the White House that some might push for. And this is prior to the election results being known. And that he was trying to figure out a way of wooding the vice president sort of being thrust into a position of needing to opine on that when he might not have sufficient information to do so.
Now, following this conversation, Mr. Jacob drafted a memo to Mr. Short, which the Select Committee got from the National Archives. The memo was sent on November 3rd, Election Day, and advised it is essential that the vice president not be perceived by the public as having decided questions concerning disputed electoral votes prior to the full development of all relevant facts. A few days before the election, Mr. Trump also consulted with one of his outside advisors, inside activist Tom Fitton, about the strategy for election night. The Select Committee got this pre-prepared statement from the National Archives. As you can see, the draft statement, which was sent on October 31st, declares We had an election today, and I won. And the Fitton memo specifically indicates a plan that only the votes counted by the election day deadline, and there is no election day deadline, would matter. Everyone knew that ballot counting would lawfully continue past election day. Claiming that the counting on election night must stop before millions of votes were counted was, as we now know, a key part of President Trump's premeditated plan. On election day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the president about the statement. Sending along again, just talked to him about the draft below. Again, this plan to declare victory was in place before any of the results had been determined. In the course of our investigation, we also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just a few days before the election, Steve Bannon, a former Trump chief White House strategist and outside
I was multitasking as well. I was trying to call my dad. I had to send out the invitations. I'm messing around and gather. Appreciate everybody. But yeah, I had to switch up the whole broadcast, y'all. Like, I want to make sure I get up early. The main goal of today is to get me in bed at a decent time. I also want to have a lot of fun tonight. I think maybe my dad even might stream with me today. Right? It's Thursday? Yeah. So I don't know. He's supposed to call me back in a little bit. We'll see. I want to play some cards. I also wanted to give time for this January 6th stuff. I probably won't go back to the beginning because I think we all kind of know what's going on, and I just want to have fun tonight. But yeah, we are going to get into Kanye versus Jews, Trump's rat, and then we'll pick up with the Darwin's Law stuff tomorrow. I changed over the title. I changed over the thumbnail. If you refresh the stream, you should be able to see sort of the updated thumbnail and title and all of that. So it looks like we should be okay. Yeah. Appreciate everybody. Thanks.
Knowledge of Mr. Trump's intent to declare victory falsely on election night, but also that Mr. Bannon knew about Mr. Trump's planning.
What's up, Patrick's Time? Appreciate you, Patrick's Time.
Here's what Bannon said on January 5th.
Welcome to the channel.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on.
Oh, is that what they did? Did they start this over? I don't want to start this over. We don't need to start this over. Is that what happened? Is it over? Are they done? I thought maybe, I guess they started it over, right?
Intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is
no, I think it's continuing. I think they were on a recess, maybe.
And left in place the 11th Circuit ruling, which took the classified.
Yeah, I think it's done. I think they're done. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's go ahead. Let me switch back. Let's go ahead and get into the stuff we got to get into today. We'll keep that there for now. Keep this there for now. Boom, boom. Don't need this. I don't want to play that. All right, let me talk to my dad real quick. Hang on. Hey, Dad, hang on one sec.
You put your ideas out front. All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. Gang, I think today is a first for my show. And that is Uncle Bobby is going to do a response video. A response video to some feedback I got on my show entitled Blasphemy Sunday. As my dumbass just had to sit here and look. It's like, yeah, fuck Facebook's on Sunday, back on topic. But gang, before I jump in to the feedback, let's have an honest talk. I don't think I'm going to have any videos, so it's just going to be us. We're going to wax. We're going to do this thing. Gang, the number one reason, however this shit comes out of my brain. So let's just call this the number one reason. I started this channel because, to be honest with you, I got tired of the back and forth. I did. Because the back and forth never changed. No matter what I said, again, that's why I don't do Bible wars anymore. Right? You show me John 3:16, I'll show you John 3:18. And again, the Bible is just one big book of fucking contradictions. And right as I said that, there's going to be a Christian that says there's no contradictions. It stopped being interesting to me. Being told constantly I wasn't a real Christian, you took it out of context, and it's like, these are just excuses. So I got my own channel so I can kick my own actual factuals. So that's kind of the first reason why I started, this channel. So I could wax. And in the very beginning, and I'm sure I'll break this rule too, that's why I don't want any Christians on this show. Because it just became the normal fucking back and forth. Now, in terms of critiquing religion, one, from this point on, when I say religion, of course I'm talking about Christianity. I live in the United States. More importantly, I've spent the entirety of my life underneath the Mason-Dixon line. This is the Bible Belt. So I'm talking about Christianity. But gang, the reason why I critique religion, Christianity, is the exact same reason why you've got all the other atheist YouTubers. Because it is worthy of criticism. Just like any idea that's put out in the open, including my own, it's subject for criticism. Right? Please notice how I have not told y'all whether I believe... Oh, I'm about to hawk the loogie game. It's going to be all kinds of fucked up. Hold on. I got one brewing too. Oh, gang, this is fucking disgusting. Yeah, that's what I get for living in fucking Texas. Yesterday it was mild. It was kind of nice. You almost wanted to sit outside. Today it's 98 fucking degrees. Welcome to Texas. My leg feels better. Okay, back on topic. Please notice how I don't do shows, and you guys don't know whether this Cajun believes that your gumbo should be eaten with white bread or crackers. Who the fuck doesn't eat it with white bread? What the fuck is wrong with you? You were raised in a non-Christian household. Please go fuck yourself. But if I put my opinion out there on what goes best with gumbo, white bread, or crackers, that's now open for conversation, provided you have that kind of fucking time to debate that topic. If you put your information out there, if you put your opinions out there. Gang, I just saw how many people follow me on Twitter. I'm at 15,600 some odd followers. Maybe you haven't noticed, but Uncle Bobby tends to be a little bit opinionated. I don't get to act shocked and surprised when I hit the send button on one of my opinions, and now I'm getting criticism. That's part of the game, gang. My YouTube channel is growing. That's the reason why we're doing this show. I figured it was just a matter of time before a believer saw one of my videos. Thank you so much, by the way, and had feedback. So we critique Christianity because it is like every other idea, every other ideology, worldview. If I hear about it, I get to talk about it. Those are the rules. Christians, and again, let's hang the other asterisks. I'm clearly not talking about all Christians, but for those that qualify, this is for you. So from this point on, as usual, I'm just going to say Christians. Those are the rules. And another reason why I kind of backed off the back and forth, because you would sit there and you'd break Christianity down. Next thing you know, You get to hear about how someone's being persecuted. I'm like, you don't know what persecution is. You literally knocked on my fucking door uninterrupted to tell me about your Lord and fucking Savior. The fuck? And now I'm telling you, get the fuck off my front porch. I don't want to hear it. Now you get to go back and say how you were beat up by the big bad atheist. No. And again, you put your ideas out front. You want everyone to follow your religion. 1 Peter 3:15 calls you to proselytize. It goes both ways. If I have to hear about your belief systems, you now have to hear about my criticisms of your belief systems. And yeah, you're right. You probably won't like what it is I have to say. But again, down here in the South, Christianity rules this fucking place. So I now have a YouTube channel to get this shit off my chest. Plus, again, despite what some Christians will tell you, I was actually a fucking Christian. I was. My brain is farted where I was going with that. Oh, yeah. Again, when you are a practicing Christian, or at least my generation down here, gang, it just got to a point to where the door closed. You had to be satisfied with certain answers. Taking a step forward was blasphemy. You're not a real Christian. How can you question this? The blase and the flavonoids. You have to get to a point. I just belch, hashtag a professional. You have to get to a point where you are satisfied with bullshit ass answers. Period. End of story. Here comes some of that harsh criticism, or what's going to be taken as harsh criticism by believers. Shut the fuck up. I'm not going to listen to a grown-up tell me that a virgin got pregnant. I told you guys, I was in the 3rd grade when I got kicked out of Sunday school. Why did I get kicked out of Sunday school? I asked the teacher, what did Noah do with all the poop? Now again, she just kept giving me the same bullshit answer. They just threw it overboard. And as a 3rd grader, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. She kicked me out of Sunday school and then proceeded to tell me I'm going to go to hell. And to really seal in the flavor, she told me I was never going to see my mother ever again. So there does come a point in your faith where you just have to accept answers that make no sense. Then you have a book in the Bible that literally tells you, lean not on your own understanding. Again, there's just so many excuses in that damn book, right? Again, it's fuckface side Tim Brugencape, right? He's one of the main ones. Say, I know what I'm saying sounds ridiculous. Then he'll say, lean not on your own understanding. Well, you'll never guess what, fuckface. I tried that, and you know what? It just doesn't work. Not for me. Because it's, again, when I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I can't. Guys, but this is what it gets me with Christians, man. You know, it's the fucking blase and the flavonoids, and then exactly what my man said, the lean not on your own understanding. And it's such horseshit. It is just such absolute, complete horseshit. So, it's hilarious.
9 years old, long before the internet, telling me that a virgin can get pregnant. Gang, I believed that shit all throughout college. I did. Never question it. Today's kids have Pornhub, right? You know how babies are made. Whether you're getting a proper sex education from school or you see some shit on the internet. You can't lie to today's kids the way you lied to our generation. Christians, you just can't. And so you did, again, having to accept
cheers, everybody,
that somewhere, Christians, I truly believe that it rattles around in there where you're just like,
just to seal in the flavor.
Really said out loud that a man put a piece of wood in a sea, and that sea quite literally split in half. Now, this wasn't a creek bread where you just walked, 20 feet and you were to the other side. Hold on. So a dude put a magical staff bam, in the water. It's split in half. How many miles is it from one side to the fucking other? Now, hold on. If you've ever run in sand, much less wet sand, holy shit, Navy SEALs have a hard time doing that. How the fuck did... Again, you can see it here, it just question after question after question. This shit piles up. So there does come a point in time where you just have to be satisfied with doo-doo ass answers. Now, gang, if you are half as curious as I am, no. Right? I'm not going to sit here and listen to it. Because again,
I want to begin
in order
tonight.
for that splitting of the Red Sea story to even kind of slightly make sense, it's not just the people, elderly people with infants and everyone in between. It's not like they had Nike running shoes. Think about the foot.
Guys, it's Uncle Bobby is just always so on point, calling out Christians with the blase and the fucking flavonoids. And he just had me dying, y'all, because it's sort of like I said, when I was talking to my mom, and really just kind of for the first time getting my real views about Christianity off my chest, I mostly just stopped because I felt like I was making her sound so stupid, and it's humiliating. But look, at some point we gotta just be honest with these people. Like, we're not doing grown people any favors treating them like children like this. Look, the Bible isn't true. I'm sorry. That's what you should just tell them. You should just tell them it's not true. I'm sorry. Now the truth, that's already me conceding a lot. Because y'all know I'm not sorry that the Bible is true. Why on earth would I want that fucking monstrosity of a book to be true? And here's the other thing. Nobody wants to read that shit. We don't want to read it. We're non-believers. They believe in belief and they don't even read it. So fuck that shit. All right, let's get into this other shit, y'all. Here's some shit that's really important. So we first got into, is Trump going to be suspended? Let's get into this other thing. Now, look, y'all. Look, I want to cheers everybody on this one because, one, I love y'all. I missed y'all. Carrie Ann is in the house. Now, listen, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all something real kind of problematic about y'all. Me and Carrie Ann been doing our thing. We've been holding it down for the overnight crew and Gather, and so y'all now see Carrie Ann was on James Apperson's channel. How is that possible? Because she was just in Gather. James was in Gather. James was streaming. Carrie Ann was on the stream, and it was amazing. Carrie Ann is one of the anchors, one of the captains, one of the people that holds down this community, one of the most faithful viewers and mods, and is always here. And now Carrie Ann and I are holding it down. So if you're not in Gather, you done fucked up, because I don't even care about, people got to understand, Pocket is trying to be honest with y'all at all times. It's like Wayne said, it's like that BTS shit. I'm live too long, too much, that if I was sitting on some bullshit, people would know, it would come out, it would slip up. So I have to keep it $180, not just $180. You know what I'm saying? Not 100, 180% at least at all times. $180, y'all. I don't fuck with YouTube like that no more. You know what I'm saying? I know we're taking over the internet and YouTube's powerful and the blase and the flavonoids. I mean, we out here on YouTube every day. It's not like I'm just totally turning my back on YouTube, but we all know where this conversation is going. Gather's way better. We already know where this conversation is going. Gather's way better. We've been watching wrestling. We've been watching Cheers. We've been watching crazy movies. We've been watching sports. We've been watching racing. So if you really think that we about to just be desperately out here on YouTube begging for YouTube, now we linking up with the gang and Gather, and we keep it rolling. We keep it moving. So you got to get up in that Gather. Also, you got to understand something. We're doing things. I'm out here. I'm hosting shows with Gin and Truth. I'm hosting shows with my one black friend. Now me and Derek are going to be doing something in the next week. So the gang is going to go. Caterpillar is in the Gather. Melody Joy be in the Gather. Lena be in the Gather. You know what I'm saying? Stupid Whore Energy be in the Gather. That's right, folks. That's right. You notice something about all them names? The ladies. You understand what I'm saying to you? A bunch of y'all be going in these communities, it's like 99.9993% dudes. Our shit is like 30% females. Or non-dudes. Let's just say 30% non-dudes. And so everybody be coming through. It's like a family vibes. We party. We watch free shit, illegal shit, cool shit, concerts. I'm telling you, we're taking over the internet, but that don't mean we want to be out here in public, like in YouTube land, all go, oh, YouTube. Nigga, you better get in that gather. All right, everybody light something up, drink something. Cheers. We did communal order, but cheers to everybody. Light something up because today's a momentous day, man. First, we got Alex Jones' ass on $1 billion yesterday. You know, the Democrats is finally acting like, you know, they want to throw some punches up in this bitch. Now, you know, today we heard that Trump is probably, he gonna get subpoenaed about the January 6th committee. He ain't gonna respond to that damn subpoena. You know, he ain't gonna sit there and talk to him unless he just ignores all the advice he gets and just decides to make an ass of himself. So we'll see what happens with that. But it is good news that they called him out like that because it really says that they put it all together and then they called on him and then at least these motherfuckers got to understand and why don't he respond to it. But on top of that, y'all, Trump has serious legal problems. Y'all, a lot of y'all know we like that January 6th community. They're doing a wonderful job, but their job basically is to document what happened and report it to the public for posterity's sake and all of that. But Trump might have bigger issues, y'all. He might have actual fucking problems. Oh my God. The thought of Donald Trump having some serious criminal problems, y'all, kind of gives a nigga a hard on. I ain't gonna hold you. Trump. They might get his ass, Trump. They might get his ass. Whoo, they might get his ass, y'all.
With a pledge to you.
Yeah, I love this guy. Also, can we just give my man here, Lawrence, a great round of applause? Watch this man's tone. He's so serious. He's so sincere. But at the same time, you could tell this man is loving this shit. He is loving this shit. He is in his element right now. He is so happy to be delivering this audience this wonderful news. So watch my man Lawrence here, man. And man, shout out to NBC, man. Lawrence, what's his name? Lawrence O'Donnell, man. My best friend coming up's name was Matt O'Donnell. Shout out to Lawrence O'Donnell, man. This dude holds it down, man. This is a wonderful broadcaster. But man, he keeps it so professional, wonderful voice, serious tone. You know, it's big time, MSNBC, you know, prime time. But God damn, he know this shit feel good. Watch this.
I want to begin tonight with a pledge to you.
Watch it. He think he got jokes. Check this out. He think he's funny.
A serious pledge.
He thinks he's funny.
That I will fully present and analyze.
Guys, I want to start tonight with the pledge to you that I am committed to creationism, y'all, and I'm going to bring you the best of creationism. You guarantee you that.
Any evidence that emerges to indicate that Donald J. Trump
any evidence that God did it,
be guilty of obstruction of justice and violating the Espionage Act. But so far, no such evidence has emerged in any way. Donald Trump's lawyers have offered no hint of a
What's up, James?
to the potential criminal charges
What up,
of obstruction
Wayne?
of
See you
justice
later,
and
Wayne.
violating the Espionage Act. And tonight, in the breaking news of the night, the evidence has taken a turn.
Speaking to James, y'all, I forgot to show y'all what's going on in Gather. All right, so look, I'm in my goddamn tent. I'm trying to show y'all the way to be. Boom. Okay. I'm back in the office. I don't know where. Okay. Trying to think. I'm gonna. Oh yeah, I was gonna just chill in here, especially because it's still. Yeah, it's about 5, but it's still okay. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go down. I'm gonna go down to the speakeasy. I wonder if Ryan Rod is still in the. James, actually, yeah. James, come get in here with me. James, can you hop on? Fuck the speakeasy. I mean, the speakeasy's dope, but there's just so many other places to explore. Let's chill in the pastoral take over the office. Take over the internet office. We need like a graphic in here. This is like the brain trust room. This is where we plot to take over the internet. What are we doing today? The same thing we do every day. We are taking over the internet. Oh, there's James. Papa Squat, my guy.
Trying to take over the world.
Where are you? Sit down. What are you doing? There's chairs. Boom. There you go. Boom.
There you go.
There you go. How's it going, man?
Oh, it's going great. I've had a really chill day.
Yeah. You streaming today?
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I ended my streak the other day. It was like 98 days, man.
Really? You ended your streak?
Yeah, because we were hanging out on your channel.
Oh, well, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have you there. I didn't realize you were ending a streak, but still.
I wasn't planning on it. It's just that like by the time we were done, like it was kind of late. It wasn't super late, but it was like late enough that I didn't feel like starting up a stream. I just kind of felt like just going straight to gather and stuff.
Right.
Especially now because like with so many things going on in here, it feels like it just feels like being on YouTube is so restraining at times. So it's kind of like I want to do a podcast and like do stuff and then just get off YouTube because, you know, then we can just go do whatever we want.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to try to get with your schedule because I want to do more with you in here, and we've been talking about doing more with you and Gather and setting up different rooms for people and stuff. So, yeah, I want to like when do you normally go to bed? Because I want to like you know, get in here and hang out and do stuff, you know, because I feel like when we're normally hanging out and gather, I think you're asleep, right?
Usually, yeah. So it hasn't been entirely consistent, but I need to make it consistent as part of my.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing. Exactly. Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I'm okay around 8 or 9 at night, but I know that's early for you guys. Like you know, you're up to like midnight or 2.
Right. So you'd ideally be in bed at 8 or 9 at night.
Yeah, ideally. And I can go to bed later than that, but honestly, here's the thing.
So you're a morning person?
So, well, here's the thing about it. I need meds to get to sleep, or otherwise I can't sleep at all.
Right.
And the meds only keep me asleep for about 4.5, 5 hours at the most, which is not enough.
Right.
Especially when I wake up several times during those hours.
Sure.
And so I have biphasic sleep. So basically I sleep in shifts. So I sleep for 4 or 5 hours. I take meds. I wait an hour or 2 for those to work, and then I go back to bed again and get the rest of the sleep that I need. So if I'm up late, then it means that I end up sleeping through half the next day.
Right.
And that doesn't work for me professionally. I have stuff I have to do during the day. So that's why I have to go to bed.
What kind of work do you do? Are you allowed to say?
I can be vague about it and tell you that I do I work online with research and editing, and a lot of it's scientific, actually. But I'm not a scientist. Just
You
to
said
clarify this, I am not.
research and editing?
Research and editing. So people come to me for researching and fact checking their stuff, right? Like, make sure I didn't get anything wrong. Tell me if I'm missing something.
Like, is this like some sort of like, we consider this like writing, like journalistic work? These people are writers, and you're like you're an editor, and they expect you to, in particular, sort of not just check their writing, but also whether or not they got their shit factually correct.
Yeah, did they get it factually correct? Did they miss something? Did they misspeak at all? Are they missing some information? Are these citations outdated? Things like that, and then I'll make recommendations. So some of it's for people that work in the sciences, some of it's people that just have their own blog, some of it's people that are actually just students in college or university, some of it's for teachers. So
and is it like it's all client based, like you like an independent contractor, like you?
So
you know?
most of it's freelance. So, but I've built up enough of a client base where I'm never short on work. I don't always have the energy to do as much work as there is available. So.
Wow. Okay. And then do you independently do things like, I guess you're like, you know, insurance and retirement planning and any of that? Like you just kind of take care of that, you know, through services, I guess I'd say.
Yep.
Oh, that's fantastic, James. Really interesting. That does explain a lot, though, right? Why you tend to have your ducks in a row and be such a great writer.
Yeah, I love writing, and that's part of the problem, though, is because I write so much, I research and write so much for other people, that sometimes I'm too tired to write for myself. But sometimes
Totally.
I'm not, right? If I get passionate about a topic, like, and a lot of it happens as a spillover, right? Like I'm online, I'm talking to people about different issues, and somebody's sitting on some bullshit, and then they need to like be educated, and then I'll jump back into my library of stuff, and I'll pull out what they need and bring it back to them. And then that gets me thinking about how, you know what, this would make a great topic for a blog. And then I'll copy paste a lot of what I brought to them and drop it over into the blog. But then I'll spend the next hour reworking it into a blog format. And then I'll publish it. And then later on I'll turn it into a YouTube conversation. And so it just is it's a process.
That's great. I've also, so that kind of makes me think of, you know, people who mix music. That's kind of a lot of what I originally wanted to do online, was like tutorials and drum stuff and mixing and production stuff. And it's really interesting because, you know, a lot of that work is freelance. In matter of fact, but the content creating helps people build up their business. But then some of them gotten to the point where, like I said, the content creating and the streaming is, you know, more than the business itself. But anyway, it just gets cool because you can say things like, I can say to somebody who wanted me to mix a record for them, here's what I charge to mix a record. Right?
Yeah.
But I will mix that record for 15% less or something like that if you let me stream it. Because of exactly what you said, right? It's like I have to spend so much time working on other people's stuff, I don't get to work on my own stuff. And what I realized with a lot of those artists is, let me talk about guys who mix for really big name artists, Beyonce, Adele, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, right? Names everybody's heard of, right? And I mean, these guys definitely mix for these people. They're first call mixers for all of these major record labels, right? They're the most famous mix engineers in the world, or amongst them. There's no way in hell they can stream that shit.
Right.
Right? Because of, you know, it could be the next big Adele hit, right? And it can't be leached or whatever off of your stuff, and it's just a hard no, right? But when they're working with a lot of these independent artists, who are certainly not paying the same amount for their work anyway, it becomes a real double duty thing where they're making these records for these people, but then at the same time they're making these tutorials about how they made the record and what effect they chose to use, right? And then every once in a while they do get permission from bigger artists or bigger name records, and they'll say like, oh, I can actually play what I did on this Adele vocal. It just becomes a thing where they'll show you like, they'll show you what they did on the chorus in the context of the mix and little things, but they're not showing you the whole song from start to finish or anything even remotely close to it, right?
Right.
So, you know, go ahead.
When I want to prove what the work that I've done, it gets tricky because I have non-disclosures with a lot of these
That's
people.
what I mean, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
So what I end up, usually I'm restricted to, like, I'll refer them to academia.edu, and then I'll tell them what to look for in there, because there, the only time I'm mentioned is when the people that have hired me have cited me as somebody that worked for them, as somebody that helped them that edit their paper.
Right.
And so then I no longer have to worry about what it's okay for them to have released, because technically they've released the information already. So then I'll like, if I want to work with somebody, then I'll give them access to that site, and then I'll tell them what to look for, and then they can go like check my references and stuff.
Right.
That's the only way around it, because otherwise, you know, I get clients that say, hey, you know, you need my permission to tell them this stuff, and but I don't need their permission. If I send them to academia.edu, I don't need their permission. Whatever's in there is already proven, and then all they have to do at that point is confirm with the source, and then once they've done that,
yeah.
So,
but definitely, because that's the type of thing where it's a really fascinating job, I'm sure, but like you said, it's difficult to share. So then you're actually then typically streaming after you're done with your work for the day?
Yeah. So if I have work that I have to do that day, then I don't show up to stream. And somebody's pointed out to me that if I really want to be serious about building a YouTube channel, I've got to make some changes. I've got to get good at editing the footage. I've got to get better at staying on topic, and upload things and figure out a way to balance acknowledging the community and connecting with the community, but staying on topic to my streams and things like that. So I've been watching other people and see how they do it. Like Godless Engineer, for example, a lot of times he'll make a stream, or he'll record a stream, and then he'll upload it, because he'll record it offline, upload it, and then he'll be in the stream engaging with the chat while they're watching the video that he made with them. But that means that it's a little bit less personal, right? It's a little bit less personal. And he's just interested in connecting with them about their comments that agree with him, right? Like, he appreciates it when people agree with a point or find value in a point and things like that. Or he might answer the occasional
So
question
to me, you have to ask yourself too, what do you want? Like, and I hope the answer is I don't know, right? But the reason is because I would just say, James, don't take YouTube advice from people, bro.
Sure.
It's a really dangerous game. Number one, fans don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Sorry, they just don't, right? Because they're watching and they don't know what it's like to get up and have to make this content. Mm-hmm. Two, there's a formula, and the formula sucks. And so if you want to quote unquote grow or whatever, it's like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's a certain type of content that is effective in our community, people in our community like, and so then it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy of everybody watches that, so then everybody starts doing that, and then everybody keeps telling you this is what works. And honestly, as somebody who just has a much broader, deeper background and perspective on broadcasting, they're just wrong.
Yeah.
Right. And they need to like get a life, go watch some content creators in some other communities, go get on Twitch for a couple of months, just go out there on the internet and see how differently everybody's doing anything. And I actually think sometimes that advice undermines what you have going for you. What people like about you is that your broadcast isn't overproduced, and that it's small and intimate, and that it's interactive and free flowing, and you know
So,
go ahead.
What somebody said to me is that I'd probably do well to have two different channels. One where I try to find a better balance with the channel I've got now, like between people in the community and the content.
Sure.
Because I don't really have a specific kind of balance, and I fail at that. So I work on that. But then the other channel can be like more professional, more polished, more what people expect from a channel. Now, the other channel is going to be about future-proofing our lives. It's going to cover everything from economics to career and education to relationships. And along the path, we'll be talking about religion sometimes.
Sure.
Because religion becomes relevant to things that either add to or take from a person's life.
Mm-hmm.
We need to encourage thoughtful dialogue about these issues and people be aware of these issues. But I'm not, the more professional channel isn't going to be about tearing religion a new asshole. It's going to be about, while we're, for example, talking about relationships and how to build and sustain those, maybe talk about common mistakes people make within the context of religion that accidentally ends up sabotaging the relationships in some way. Right?
Yeah.
So, but not all about religion channel.
Yeah.
So, but then, my channel I have now, I want to kind of keep it to the kind of discuss the topics we discuss now, and I want to acknowledge chat and engage with them.
I just got to admit to you though, James, that's a tough road to hoe.
Yeah.
Two channels is twice as hard. Takes twice as many impressions to get somebody to go to that second channel. Even now, I tell people all day, every day, go to the casino, go to the casino, go to the casino. They just don't. They just don't. They don't grow at the same route. People are finicky, difficult to get to do things, tough to follow. And then you've got to keep them both consistent, right? And then again, I think that second channel sounds like working on that second channel is going to be so hard that it's going to burn out your first channel.
Well, what I need to make sure that I do is not stream for 7 hours at a time, first of all.
Yeah.
I need to, and the professional ones need to be maybe 20 minutes long, because nobody wants to sit through, even if they like the material, if it's educational and helpful, people only want that in doses, right?
Yeah, so, and I think that's the thing, is this doses thing. But again, James, it's such a YouTube mentality. It's
sure, but if that's where I'm at, then if that's how people want their dinner served to them, then.
Yeah, but is that what you want to do, right? That's what I'm saying. I think people don't know what they want until you show it to them. And I agree with Carrie Ann that your channel's going in the right direction. To be honest with you, James, you got to 100 subscribers way faster than I did, way faster than anybody. It was fast.
I could have done it even faster, to be honest.
You could have, but it was fast. But it was fast.
Yeah, it was pretty fast. And, you helped me a lot. Some other channels helped me. That's the thing, networking, right?
Of course. Yeah.
And you just network and you make yourself relevant. And
but honestly, I think, and here's the thing, I think what we do is different. And again, I'm not saying everybody has to do what I do or do what we do or do what we've been doing, right? Mm-hmm. But there's value to what we do. I'm even thinking of somebody like Derek, right? Derek is wonderful, but Derek is wonderful because he epitomizes the formula. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that's wonderful if you want to, do that. But for instance, now, we don't have a reason to. So for me, I don't care about 1,000 subs because I already set up a super chat system through Streamlabs. Right, I think I got 3 super chats yesterday, 2 or 3, right? I've been getting $100 tips from time to time from Stupid Whore Energy, right? So much of what other people are doing, it's I've got to get to 1,000 subs because I got to get to monetization because I got to get to super chats, right? And then these channels, none of them do what we do, I don't think, Nate has some community around his stream, definitely, goes live regularly, couple hours at a time, good streams, definitely something there. PineCreek has a community around his streams, but they're not nearly, I think, the daily contact the way we are. And those guys are not community-oriented the way we are, right? Mm-hmm. And then everybody else is doing the formula. And to be honest with you, James, I don't watch their shit, bro.
Right.
Because I just got over it. I'm tired of tightly produced videos. I'm not impressed by somebody's fucking intro. I don't give a shit about this video that somebody spent an hour editing to just go over the same. They're preaching to the choir. they're like, let's preach to the choir, but if we make the production value really, really great, people will keep watching the videos. And it's like, I get it, but I'm over it, right? It's like, and I don't want to see people push you into that, and then you're just the latest, greatest. Oh, James Apperson's got a voice, and now he's got the tightly produced content, and he's the 1,000 subscribers. But it's just like, okay, but why? Like, you know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's just like, at least I feel like what you're doing now, you strike out on your own, and I think people like the free flowing thing. Like I went out for a couple hours the other day, and I was streaming in Gather. And I was just listening to you, because I don't drive. So I'm out on foot, running errands, walking around town. And I was just listening to your broadcast. And I think I got, I popped up somewhere on that particular broadcast. I think maybe it was like a 5-hour broadcast. I think I maybe listened to the first 2.5 hours or something. But, I really enjoyed it and was kind of having FOMO on the rest of it. And, later on, I was talking, I think, Joel or AR or somebody, and they had watched, the other portion of it, and they loved it. I mean, it was just, just doing really great shows. I certainly think that you do want to think about ways to grow, but the thing I don't like is there's just always too many cooks in the kitchen, James, right? Yeah. And you like people, and one thing I know about you is that you like people, you like to be interactive, you like to hear people out, you like to make people feel validated and, take what they say seriously. But there does come a point to where you just say, I'm doing what I like, or I'm doing what I want, or this is what I want to do, and do that. And I think you grow more that way, because eventually people go, oh, that's cool. Like, we talk about this even in academia, right? They're constantly telling us, this is how you have to do your career, publish or perish, do this, oh, you can't publish through the open source journals because they're not as prestigious, and then you will miss out on, publishing in Nature and Science, right? But then every single time one of us just is successful, gets the job, gets the awards, gets the recognition, people go, oh my God, it's so amazing that you, and so, I'm one of those, and maybe I probably err too much on that side, but, I'm like, I'm going to do what I got to do and make it work. But we've changed a lot too. Like I've gone from shorter videos and couple-hour podcasts to longer, and now I'm getting shorter. We started super late at night, and then we went to late at night, and then bleeding over, and then now I'm trying to get earlier and earlier, and more into the day crowd, and more into work stuff, and so I'm always changing, right?
Right.
But yeah, I just don't want you to feel like that thing where you're pulled in a million different directions, because every single time somebody tells you, it's just, this world is just full of too many opinions, unfortunately.
Sure. Some of them, I take it all into consideration.
That's the way to go. Exactly.
And like Cameron says, he says, I don't know what he could change so much that would make people stop watching unless he cusses us out every day. And I'm like, true that. I would never cuss you motherfuckers out every day. Like, I try to say shit out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't think you could do anything that would make us stop watching, right? What I'm more just saying is, you don't have to follow somebody else's recipe. And I think people like you because we don't feel like you're following a recipe. Yeah. We feel like you're just James, and you're out here and you're figuring it out. And I like what you're doing, and I think a lot of people like what you're doing. And so I'm just saying, if people are pushing you in this one direction, go, hey, but you should really change this up about your content. Well, hey, I'm going to throw some salt in the other direction, say there are some of us that would be happy to watch the current James Apperson show 5-10 years from now, right? Facts. Sure. Like, just facts. I mean, even sometimes I'm playing it overnight, and I'm playing it on the, Gather and stuff like that, and we're loving it. You know what I mean?
So here's some of the changes I'm doing, and they're just common sense changes, right? Like,
sure.
If I pick a topic and people are engaged with it, stay on topic. If they're not engaged with it, we can switch up. If
that makes sense. Yeah.
Then stick to it. Another thing, I have to get good at editing videos. so that I can sometimes take my videos down, clean them up just a little bit, and then re-upload them. Or make a video.
Yes. Now be aware you're going to lose everything when you do that, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm fine with that.
Like you'll lose the views and the hours. No, it becomes a big deal because you lose the watch time. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I
so
suppose
like this is what I'm saying. People don't think through the shit they say. They just don't think through it, James. They've got an idea in their head. They saw something. Oh, so and so does this. Wouldn't it be great if you did that? And they don't realize. No, you just did this stream. You were live for 6 hours. You had, probably, 50 viewers come through. And here's another thing people don't get. They focus too much on views. The algorithm isn't all about views. YouTube is about engagement, right? And YouTube cares about watch hours. Think about a prosecutor. Like one of the things that Rudy Giuliani used to do when he was politically ambitious was he was constantly bragging about the number of man years that resulted from his convictions, right? Mm-hmm. And what he's literally saying is, let's just say the number's, 5,000. I'm such a great prosecutor because people have spent 5,000 years behind bars as a result of my prosecutions, right? Mm-hmm. Sure, the number's orders of magnitude higher than that. But the point is, it isn't about the number of prisoners in the system. Mm-hmm. Right? It isn't about, I cited every jaywalker for $50, right? It's about I took down the big fish and I locked their asses up for the rest of their life. Mm-hmm. So sometimes viewers look at you and they go, oh, James, I came to your stream yesterday. It was so great. We were chilling for 4 or 5 hours. But your view count would be so much higher if you just made a shorter video. Okay, so now you make this 30-minute video and, okay, let's say 5 or 10 more people watch it, right? Mm-hmm. But if it's only 30 or 20 minutes, it's only 20 minutes, and that's what you did for the next day. Mm-hmm. And then to feel like you're pushing it and promoting it, you're going to almost not do anything the rest of the day because you don't want to compete with it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So actually, what you're doing now is great because if there's, let's say, 10 people watching your stream, but on average, they're there for an hour or two,
yeah.
YouTube's like, fuck your 20-minute video, James Apperson. You can keep people in your channel for 3 fucking hours. I don't know what you're doing for them 3 fucking hours, but we'll get you more fucking viewers, right? Mm. This is what I'm telling you. People sometimes give bad advice because they don't know what they're talking about. Here's another thing. They're giving yesteryear's advice. They're giving you 2017 advice. Mm. Because 5 years ago or so, what was happening? People were doing too much of what you and I did. It was the death of the era of go live, put up a camera, and make a video, right? Mm-hmm. But that was the death of those videos.
Yeah.
What I mean by that, YouTube used to be way before streaming and any of that. A lot of people were making dope content, concerts, rock and roll, cooking shows, whatever the fuck it was. But a lot of people could just, set up a camera, do a makeup tutorial, set up a camera, wax about the newspaper, set up a camera, read a fucking poem and break it down, right? Mm-hmm. And then there became this push where like people started to increase the production value. It was just a natural competition thing, right? People just wanted bigger, sexier, flashier streams and videos. And then YouTube got really tight with sort of the production. In other words, people expected a format. Hi, this is the Pocket Locker Podcast, and on today's broadcast, I'm going to be talking to you about Kent Hovind sitting on some bullshit. Let's start it. And then there's a cool intro, and then I go, hey, what's up? Kent Hovind sitting on some bullshit. But before I tell you that, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and share button. It really does help out the channel. Now, this week, I watched Kent Hovind debate Atheist Jr., and boy, can I tell you, man, this guy, Dr. Dino, maybe he is Dr. Dino because he's got the fucking brain of a motherfucking chicken. Amen, hallelujah, right? And people wanted that because it was grab my attention right away, minimally obtrusive call to action, minimally obtrusive introduction, and get right to the meat and potatoes of it. And then 10 or 20 minutes later, I'm going to go watch something else. Right?
Right.
So now then people were competing to make those short videos amazing. And that's why the production value went off the fucking charts. Right? Mm-hmm. But again, that was yesteryear's advice. What is PineCreek doing right now? You see PineCreek making tightly produced 20, 30-minute videos?
No.
Do you see Derek even making tightly produced 20, 30-minute videos? Nice tightly produced introduction. Mm-hmm. That's about it.
Right.
What is Derek doing more of? Open call panel live streams. Why? Because the serious YouTubers, the big-time YouTubers, guys, the people that do this for a living, right, and have hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of viewers, what did they figure out? James, they figured out what I figured out, what me and you have been doing. So you're ahead of the curve, not behind it, James. Mm-hmm. They figured out, most YouTubers, I can actually pull up big-time YouTubers who've actually made videos to their millions of fans saying this: I am going to stop making good YouTube videos, and here's why. Mm-hmm. And what they did was they pulled up the analytics, and they showed their audience, and they said, look, guys, I drop these weekly videos to you guys, maybe if I'm lucky, 2 videos or 3 videos a week, right? I have to work around the clock. That's it. It might take 40, 50 hours of editing to make a 20-minute video. Mm-hmm. So I have to work all week to make one video, right? Yeah. And then you guys do what? You watch that 20-minute video. Yeah, you like, you sub, you may even buy a T-shirt, right? Mm-hmm. And then you go on to something else. And I've got to work all week again to get you to watch another 10 or 20-minute video. Mm-hmm. And he said, I can't keep doing this. Because while I'm doing that, my competition is getting almost as many views as I'm getting on that video on their live stream with no editing involved, and all they're doing is chit-chatting for 4 or 5 hours, but they're doing that every day. And so they're going, I'm getting crushed because basically I get these spikes, I produce these videos, they're fucking amazing, I put all this work into them, I put them out, I get a huge spike. You guys come to it, you see it, right? But most of the views happen when? In the first 24 hours. Yeah. So 24 hours, they get a big spike, maybe some laggers and other people come in throughout the week or catch it later, right? And then their channel basically sits dormant all fucking week.
Yeah. So one thing I might do, I'm thinking about this.
All right, I'm just trying to make sure you get all these different perspectives, James. That's all. But yeah, go ahead.
So maybe one thing I could do is go back and just copy paste a highlight reel for every week. Here's what you might have missed. Like, here's some of the best moments from our streams.
Fuck yes.
And then it's a whole new video,
yes. Right? Yes. The other thing is playlist. You can make tightly produced videos, but instead of putting them on another channel, just put them on a playlist. That way, if you're not live, I come to your channel and I see, quote unquote, your second channel content, but they're just on playlists. So you have a playlist called Future Proofing Our Lives, right? And then every time you make that video, now what's great about it is it's still people watching you when you're sleeping or watching you when you're not live. It's not competing with your other channel or bouncing people. Even me, like, I'm really considering, like, for a while at least, not using the other channels. I'm thinking about putting Pocket Locker as the focus, bringing over the casino theme over to the Pocket Locker channel, bringing the stream avatars over to the Pocket Locker channel, doing a couple different themes for, like, when I work and stuff, like a spaceship theme to complement, this type of room, for instance, and then use the casino theme and aesthetic for when I'm gaming, and then focus, the overnight community building and everything else on Gather, right? And then maybe a few months from now, after, because I'm planning to get another computer, a couple other things set up, bring back those channels or use them throughout time. But yeah, even myself, I'm thinking about cutting back to one channel because just splitting my audience and running around and, it was fine when we were just doing the overnights, but they kind of were getting, it was hard to do what I wanted to do without running into DMCA issues, right? And So it's just much better in Gather. So yeah, myself, I'm thinking about cutting back to one channel. And yeah, I am taking that advice too of doing more tightly produced videos, right? That's part of what we're doing with the video. Now I've got to focus on the Avita Ed videos because they kind of pay the bills and pay for all this equipment. But, you know, me and Derek have been talking about doing more tightly produced videos and just doing short series of videos about the evidence for evolution, and I'm going to do shorter videos that are wrestling promos and stuff like that. But I can tell you right now, even most of those things, they didn't do that well for me. Like they were great, but you know, I'd make a 3-minute video, it'd be a great fucking 10 out of 10 wrestling promo. People watch it, they laugh, they leave a comment, and that's it, right? It just it's nowhere near the power of keeping people on the platform for 8 hours. You know, that's YouTube sees that, right? And so those are the type of things you have to think about. Also, you can't build community the way we do because part of our community building is interacting with the chat, not ourselves, but also the chat with each other and the chat getting to know each other. And so, again, it's like you said, like we'd love to atheist bar hop all day, but there aren't enough bars and they're not open long enough. So, you know, if you're only out here 20 or 30 minutes a day, well then there's just so much less opportunity for us to interact with each other. Now, part of it is we've got to get off YouTube. Right? The problem is YouTube, y'all. The problem is we're trying to build a community that somebody has to be live for us to talk to each other. That's not a good model. Right? It isn't. Because either I got to be live all day or you got to be live all day, or at least somebody's got to be live. Right? You know, and that's why we really tried to push people to the Discord, because it allows us to interact around the clock. I need to be in there more myself, but right now I'm going to focus on Gather. But that is kind of the point, because even like if you go to like T-Jump's Discord, right? Like he has these text channels, not text channels, these voice channels, like we have in ours, the lounge and stuff like that. And the idea is for people to go into there and just hang out. So people just will kind of like lurk and loiter in T-Jump's server. And then people hop in and out. So, I mean, there have been times we've been in T-Jump server, you know, almost round the clock, because there's just always somebody in there. And so eventually it's like a pretty happening place, because again, that server has nothing to do with T-Jump's stream, right? Most of the people in the server don't even, or a lot of people in the server, like a lot of the mod stuff, don't even watch T-Jump's YouTube channel. Right. Like we'll be in there and be like, aren't you a mod in T-Jump server? Didn't you know he's having a debate today? Like, oh, I don't watch T-Jump's debates, are ridiculous. I don't watch some stupid shits. Yeah. Right? They're in there for the community. They don't give a fuck about T-Jump's YouTube channel.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I ever stopped by T-Jumps, because I care about the community.
And that's kind of how I want Gather to be, right? To me, Gather's a way better platform for that than Discord. But that's why we built the tent town, right? Sleep here, lurk here, stay here. And you know, that's why I came to the office today, right? I'm going to start coming to the office more, because I've got to show people, right? But yeah, man, these are all things to think about. So that's kind of my thing is I'm thinking about all those same changes, James. You know, and you've seen me get more serious about titles, more serious about thumbnails. Even today, I changed up the title, right? Because I plan to do all this Avita stuff. I plan to read, you know, Rob Pennock's book. And I'm like, but then I had shifts because I forgot that January 6th was today. You know, I wanted to game and stuff earlier. So I literally just had to take a few minutes during the stream to change it, right? Yeah. So now is Trump going to be subpoenaed, and he has a rat, damn, Kanye versus the Jews, God-shaped hole and more. Like literally, so that's another thing I was going to say is don't be afraid to sometimes change the title midstream if you go in a different direction, right? Because then you're not guilty of whatever the fuck they said, right? If they said, oh, we're supposed to talk about A, and then it ends up we talk about ABC, all you do is rename the title ABC, and then you're like, what are y'all talking about? I stayed perfectly on topic. Right? Right. Because again, all it's going to happen from now is people are just going to rewatch it, and they're going to rewatch, and when they rewatch it, the title's going to be ABC, and that's exactly what they're going to see. So I've done that a bunch of times. I did it today. And there's the other thing. Sometimes all you have to do is, like, before I end this stream or as I'm going through this stream, I just peek over at my tablet, which is where I watch my own stream.
Yeah.
And I just kind of gradually check off things. So, for instance, is Trump going to be subpoenaed? That was the January 6th stuff. We already know they voted unanimously to subpoena him, right? So we covered that. Mm-hmm. And he has a rat. We were in the middle of that video. We'll continue that once you and I get to actually looking at content. Kanye versus the Jews. I have that pulled up. God-shaped hole is a B.S. Lewis. And then we're free to go. So that's another little trick is if you cover what's in your title, at some point you will meet the expectations of your stream. Yeah. So, but yeah, these are all things to think about. But yeah, James, one of the things that we are really good at is we keep people on the platform, man, and it's really cool. But yeah, we're excited to see what you do in the future. Another thing to think about, and this is where you want to invest in some technology, James. Mm-hmm. I think the key is to do it both. Like what I want to do, and I'm just in phases. Like I always know what type of content I want to make, and certain things I just know I'll get to that down the road. I already know how to do that. I'm not worried about it. But I think the thing to do is to show people the production. So for instance, Derek has suggested I make a series of short videos, let's say under 10 minutes, that start at why you're an animal and then document the proof of human evolution.
Yeah.
Now, I could do what I just complained about and spend a week each making 10-minute videos, right?
Yeah.
Or I could, fucking stream for 10 hours all week and not make the videos. But what I'll do is I will just stream me making the videos. And you'll get the best of both worlds. I'll be streaming forever, taking, like you said, you want to get better at editing, right? But you also want to, engage with the community and stream. So if you just say, hey, today's stream is I'm working on a video, right? We'll watch you. You can take little breaks from editing. I want to take a quick editing break and, let's talk about, toxic masculinity. All right, back to editing.
I'm doing a stream about that here sometime this weekend. I'm doing a stream about sexuality in terms of identity and traits. So,
yeah,
toxic and what doesn't. It will be part of that. But I need a co-host. I need a female or feminine co-host.
All right, so let's talk. All right, so yeah, just to finish that up, you get what I'm saying, right? You can show people you making your videos and then still upload them, put them on playlist, and you can kind of get the best of both worlds. But yeah,
with my channel, I need to make sure that whatever I do, it's just important to me that whatever I do, people can follow it audibly. If I do something where a lot of it's just visual, then people that are going about their day and working out or listening in the car, they won't know what's happening. So that's an important thing for my channel.
Yeah, that's an important thing to think through. And I find most of that is fine because even most of your videos are going to be about your voice, right? So you just describe what's going on. It's sort of like Uncle Bobby does, where he's just talking people through stuff. And if there's a really important visual detail, you'll just notice it. David Pakman, even though, his show's on YouTube, it's really a podcast. And it's just again, like I talked about with Gather, where it's like if you're on YouTube, you have the front row seat, you can see the video, but if you're just listening, you can still follow along.
Yeah, it's like having sex with a blind woman. You want to make sure she knows what's happening.
Exactly.
Don't want to leave her wondering too much. What's that noise? What are you doing? Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so I think with the female co-host thing, we just need to be patient and probably wait a couple weeks. So Heathen Queen has said she'd do something with us. She's excited about it. And so I think that's just a scheduling thing. Her and I are having a back and forth on Twitter. So I think if you're willing to just be patient with me, I think we'll get that done soon.
Is it true that she's related to Stupid Horror Energy? Are they related? Is it a rumor?
I think that's probably a rumor.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
And then I'm interested in asking, some other female hosts to do that with us. And, I'd love for that to be Stupid Whore Energy. But she's, retired from YouTube, right? She faced some really, really rough treatment on YouTube.
Why?
Because
is it something you could talk about?
It's something she's talked about. No, she made a video about being assaulted, and the men going their own way, pretty much terrorized her. And told her she asked.
Yeah, them red pill guys can be pretty toxic.
Yeah, they told her she asked for it. They doxed her to violent organizations. I mean, it was really bad.
Whoa.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Is I'm trying to. It's a little weird because it just keeps coming up, right? And people keep coming to me all the time. When are we going to do more dating stuff? When are we doing? And I'm going. I'm working on it. But I'm trying. I'm trying not to push people. Right? I'm trying to give people time to think about it, get emotionally ready, and this is how you produce a television show, right? When you have particular talent in mind, you can rush it and just go, well, so-and-so, they said they're ready to start this week, but then you're going to go with your second or third choice, right? And so sometimes, especially when you're in the volunteer television business, you just want to give time because you're hoping to, work with your first choices, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so I just need some time to keep conversing with them, talk about the vision, talk about the format, find a good time, so there's some logistics that have to be taken care of. So
that makes sense.
So that's where that is.
Because when I talk about like sexuality or dating or male versus female or anything like that, I feel like I don't want to be the guy explaining sexuality to, a diverse population.
So I've done, I guess, 2 dating shows, with 2 different female co-hosts. Probably, I don't know, maybe I've done, 40 episodes or something by now. And I can say that's the magic formula. The magic was that there was me and a female, and so it was immediately more inclusive and disarming and, easier to hear what both of us had to say and everything else. Yeah. So I see that as a big asset. So and so literally for me, that's it, right? And for years, people have said to me, you should do more in dating. You should host a show. And we had a whole business model for a company and actual classes and writing books and all of that type of stuff. And it was always, as soon as I get the right female co-host, we'll be right back at it, But yeah, it's so now I'm just kind of stepping on the gas, and this helps me say to them, hey, we really ought to, make a call on this and get going.
Right. Yep, that's where I'm at as well. Some topics it just works out better to have a female co-host.
Yeah. So I think if we target maybe the next week or 2, I think we'll either have it worked out with them or we'll have found somebody else to do it with.
So my friend Jessica said they'd be willing to co-host on a stream for like polyamory and non-traditional dating and relationships.
Sure.
So that could be fun.
Yeah, and I think that'd be fun too to like have guests. So I think we want to find a panel of hosts, and then because that's where most people are going to be, where they're probably good to come on and talk about something they feel like they have experience with or they're comfortable with. But you've got to find those hosts that are going to be pretty much willing to go wherever they go, even if it's not something they relate to. I mean, that's what it's the difference of being a dating coach, right? I spent a lot of time learning how to coach men, women, LGBT folk, trans folk, asexual people. One of my friends used to call me a tranny chaser because she did like therapy with like transitioning and trans teenagers, And it was a joke, but I kind of took pride in the joke because she was like, "Damn, you're trying to learn so much about these people. You'd almost think you're trying to catch one or something, right?" And it was, but it was because I needed to understand what was the same, what was different, what are the unique challenges, and there are unique challenges, right? There's a lot more things that are likely to be a part of the stew, right? And there's some things that are a lot less likely to be a part of the stew. So, for instance, mental health issues are way more likely to be a part of the picture because, unfortunately, this is a population of people that's not treated well, and so that's differently than dealing with the white upper middle class heterosexual couple. They just may not have that type of thing, right? And then something that might not be missing is family support, right? Like a lot of couples are situated within family context. Either their families are supportive or at least one side of the family is supportive, right? And if you've, a lot of times when you're dealing with LGBT couples, unfortunately, the family dynamic is fucked up totally, at least one side, right? So it's just different. You gotta know about those. But then some things are the same. Everything's about communication. Everything's about, two whole healthy people trying to, make it work together. And, you can't expect your partner to read your mind. Nobody knows what you need unless you tell them. So you gotta, I took that education seriously, just like I took reading about hormonal cycles and how they affect a woman's sex drive and happy whore. And, I took a lot of feminist classes just because you can't, you're never going to relate or understand, but I'd say you're never going to relate, right? But you're hoping to understand as much as you can. And, it's just like, but yeah, so you do. So I think the people we are dealing with, are all good at perspective taking and will be fine. Also, I think it's interesting to have it with, the thing I'm excited about now is sort of having the godless bent on it. Sort of talking about these issues amongst at least a predominantly non-believing community.
Right, and that does, even when I'm not talking about religion, realizing that that's the community we're in means I'm free to say certain things or come at things from a certain angle that would offend some religious people, but I don't got to worry about that here. So that's always nice.
Yeah, Yusuf Punk said his wife would be a great host. Yep, it's that combination, ready, willing, and able. Gotta have all of them.
Put that on your date profile.
Yeah, but I put it in my vision statement for my career about dealing with creationists, and I focus on the fact that I say that my other colleagues are not willing to do it, right? Because that's certainly, they'd have to admit that, right? But the truth is most of them aren't able. Right. And the example I give is like, they probably could tell you why creationism isn't science and, that you don't need God to have an objective moral system, right? But, as evolutionary biologists, it's like their heads would spin if somebody said to them like zinc fingers or ERVs or evidence against evolution, right? And you'd look stupid, like you didn't know what was going on. But see, that's the problem I had. Like, I had to learn, right? Because when I first got it, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, zinc fingers? Like, nobody knows, this is stuff that's not really about the science.
Right. Yeah, it's just gimmicks that they use.
Right. But now it's like I use that as like a specialty. Like, oh, it's a special skill to know their dumbass arguments. So, yeah.
It is. Because if you took somebody who's been teaching what you do for years and years and years, let's say they get tenure at a major university, but if they've never interacted with these grifters before, and you threw them into that, they'd be like, wait, what? What was that? Like, they'd have to stop and go look shit up and say, what the hell is that talking about?
Right. I've never even heard of zinc fingers, yeah.
Yeah, that they come back and say, no. Now I see what you guys are trying to pull. Okay, now I can set you straight on this shit. Because at first, they'll be like, what the hell?
Right.
But they're just all bad faith actors anyways, and I feel bad for Arcangelo. It's where he rage quits all the time. When he rage quits, he's not just upset with us. He's upset with his own limits. Because he can't find the words and he can't defend his view better than he can, and he's frustrated because he thinks he should be able to, and he's angry, so he just leaves. He's not just angry at us, he's angry at us too, but he's angry at his own limits. And the reason he can't defend his view better is because he's sitting on bullshit.
Yeah.
It can't be completely well defended.
Yeah. That's what I felt like talking to my mom. I realized that I think there's just this shame. And I think she realizes that she has sort of become the, religiously dogmatic mother that she hated, right? Like, she saw herself as breaking away from her parents, right? Because they were hardcore fundy Pentecostals. You got to take everything in the Bible literally. You're in church all goddamn day. Women aren't equal to men. You can't wear pants, So she thought she was, like, breaking out of that. Oh, I got a corporate job. And now I treat her like, right? Like, you might as well be my grandmother. Right? And then it turns out that she's their enabler. Like, I realize this now clear as day. Like, it is her honoring and esteem for them and sacrifice everything for them that enables them to continue to be the violently ignorant people they are.
Right.
And so rather than her honoring her parents by, refusing to hurt their feelings, she's the reason that they're safe in their ignorance.
Right. So the better way to honor them would be to speak to them like adults and educate them into adulthood.
And she's done that for every single issue in their life except religion.
Except that.
Yep. And
so she knows how. It's a skill set, but she's just not using it where she needs to.
She's not using it where she needs to. And because the first thing is she'd have to be honest with herself, and then she'd have to be honest with her husband. Because he's a Jesus tart too. And she picked him because he's a Jesus tart. Don't they all?
There was a mistake.
But they all do, right? Like, again, it's why people who want to tell me that I should be nicer about this, I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Don't say that to me. I'm a victim of this thing. Do not tell me that the abuse I experienced was okay and I should be nicer to the people who abused me. Now, I don't take it there every day, but that's what I hear when people say shit like that to me.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people stay in that religious, stupid environment because they got married into it. Like, they got their spouses keeping them anchored. Sometimes it's their parents. Quite often it's their spouse anchoring them.
Yeah, I always think I think it's the and or both, right? I think that's the combination. Mm-hmm. It's the usually the spouse and or parents, right? Mm-hmm. In her case, it's both. And I told her, even in our conversation yesterday, I said, you signaled to me when you married him that I was never going to be good enough for someone like you. And then I gave her the example of the girl from my church, right, who, I'm there all the time, we're on the same worship team and everything. She's in love with me, but she won't date me because I don't know how to believe her. Right. My mom's the same person. The first thing she kept telling me about her husband was, oh, he's so serious about his relationship with God. Cool. And you just said to me, I raised a man I do not think is marriageable. Yeah. And they don't even get that about their own sons. Like, it's terrible. It is terrible. It's retarded. But that's a fertility cult.
Right.
That's what it does. It says, this is who it's okay. This is, and we don't think about it this way because it's too harsh, the words, but they're basically saying this is who deserves to reproduce. They are doing PineCreek's thought experiment. There's a test that you have to pass for us to decide if you deserve to have children. It isn't the government. He had a thought experiment where it's the government doing a test, and the government's going to decide whether, you're educated and financially and socially stable enough that you should be having kids, because PineCreek doesn't think there was thought experiments. But that's basically what Christians want to do. It's just the Jesus test. Mm-hmm. Oh, if you're with the Jesus, you down with G-O-D, yeah, you know me. And and you're willing to wait, you're fathering material. Are you a fucking superhero, but don't think people are born to virgins? Sorry.
Right.
You should. Hey, we're not saying. It is. I feel like I got to do the gin and truth. It is not I who says you are not worthy of life. It is my holy and righteous God. It's just shit. It's so
and
ridiculous.
They don't take responsibility for it, right? Because they think there's a magic man in the sky that's saying this shit. They take no responsibility for the judgments that they themselves pronounce.
You've been crushing that lately, though.
Yeah.
Talking about how it's really them, and they're really giving control to these people, and they're the authorized agent of this being to tell us how terrible we are on his behalf.
Right.
But yeah, man, let's celebrate. This is some fun. You want to get into this clip with me, man? This Donald Trump thing, man?
Yeah, let's watch it.
James, we have to stay on topic, James. We have to get through the things it says on the title, James.
By the way, I do have a God-shaped hole, but it's not in my heart, it's in my butt, in case anybody's interested.
Seriously. Also, James, man, we should talk about what's going on in Gather, too. Like, I don't know, man. I honestly think people like you and me, man, like, let's just branch out. I think this community just wants to be with us, right? So I think Gather takes the reins off. So, man, I consider it, I used to always consider it two different shows, or at least two different streams, right? I did a Pocket Locker 86 stream, and then I did an overnight stream on the casino. Sometimes I went live on both in between to bridge the gap, to bridge the gap. Hey, Pocket Locker, this is what we're doing on the casino, right?
Yeah.
And now I just see it as, the overnight streams are in the Gather. But I see Gather as such a, like, the first, to me, Gather is the priority, and, like, YouTube's, like, not. And so, I plan to be live on YouTube, but even for, like, the holidays, I plan to really make them, like, Gather celebrations. Like, let's all get together and gather. Like, and I think we can do so much more, and then I think our community will support you. Like, for instance, if I get you set up with Streamlabs the way I have mine, and I'm not even talking about, like, using the Streamlabs app. I'm just talking about getting a Streamlabs app account so that you get a donation link that you can put in your description or pin as a comment.
Yeah. Yeah, I should do that. I should start including it in the description of all my channels as the basic link.
Man, now what happens? People can tip you. So what do you need? So now ask this question. Do you really care about 1,000 subscribers now?
Or do I?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like in other words, because what I'm getting at is I'm giving you a tip page. Right? I set you up with a Streamlabs account. Sorry, Stream Elements, I should say. No, Streamlabs. It's Streamlabs. But in other words, are you watching my stream?
Yeah, I'm watching the stream.
So if I just put in super chat, that's a command.
Right.
And it goes to that Streamlabs. So if you click that link, ask a question through the Streamlabs tip page to have your question prioritized live on air. There's also one called Tip. It takes you to the same page. Now, if somebody, I'll tip myself here. All right, now, donate, PayPal. I have some fucking two-factor shit on my PayPal. This has nothing to do with the thing. It's just the way I have my PayPal set up. Uh-oh. Well, it like popped up and I didn't grab it as soon as it did, so I had to actually click on it.
Yeah, it's not good.
All right. Hang on a sec. In the wrong window. Here we go. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. There it is. All right. Here we go. I was like, what the hell's going on? I was typing on the wrong keyboard. All right, so enter that. Boom. All right, there. Just the thing. Oh my goodness. All right, it's like you're trying to. It's basically like you're trying to tip yourself. I'm like, yes, I am. All right, here we go. Pay with a debit card.
So do we think Trump's honestly going to spend even a day in prison from any of this?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
But I think what they're getting him on now is actually like big.
Well, what are we getting him on now that's going to make the biggest difference? Is it tax evasion or is it?
No, it's these documents.
Right.
These fucking documents. All right, so I'm gonna play it. All right, so I fucked it up because it won't let me tip myself. But basically, James, what happens is if somebody tips it, I get an alert. It goes and there's an alert and it says so and so donated, whatever it is. So and so donated $1, and then you have a tip page that you pull up, and with that, there will be a comment or a question. Mine, the comment I put in there was "Go fuck yourself," right? And so I could literally just sit here and say, thanks, Pocket Locker 86 for the $1. Oh, I see your comment. Go fuck yourself. No, you go fuck yourself, Pocket Locker 86, right?
Fun.
Now, what's the big deal there, folks? I don't need 1,000 subscribers.
Don't need that for that. Nope. You can have 1 subscriber and just have that up there. Somebody use it or they won't.
And use it or they won't. So if somebody really wants to tip me, they can. If somebody wants to really send me a super chat, they can. So when you do that, you don't need 1,000 subscribers. So now, here's the big thing, James. Why would I even try to get 1,000 subscribers? Because I don't think growing my community to where there are 900 people watching me who don't support me is going to do me any good. What honestly is going to do me any good is whatever the fuck Stupid Heart Energy wants me to, that's going to make her donate $100 every 2 weeks. Because if she's going to keep donating $100 every 2 weeks and buying me video games, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, I could have 1,000 subscribers right now and not make that, right? You got to think. So now, and this is what I'm talking about with Gather, right? Because where I'm really going with this is now you get to think not what. You don't think about the numbers that magically lead to these monetization thresholds, which are dumb anyway, because they're just for ads and super chats and tips. Like it doesn't, getting to the monetization threshold does not make you monetize. Right? Doesn't make you money. It's just you're part of the partner program. YouTube's going to run ads on your channel now. You'll get a little bit from the ads, which is, most people don't make a lot. Go talk to PineCreek or Derek and all them people. They'll tell you they make most of their shit through Super Chats and memberships and Patreons. It's not through ads. So that's not a magic way to make yourself rich. And just because people can send you Super Chats doesn't mean they're going to. But... if right now you have 5 people who like you enough to donate to you and they can, then now you don't have to focus on getting way more subs and viewers. You can focus on doing what will make your subs and viewers support you the most, right? That's why I don't give a shit about YouTube anymore. Because what YouTube is doing is I'm giving YouTube all this time on the platform. So let's not talk about Pocket Locker 86. I love Pocket Locker 86. We're having fun. But it's because this is all original content, right? But sometimes the community just wants to hang, have fun, chill. So when I do the overnight stream, it's like I'm putting this channel up, it's broadcasting, people are watching it overnight. I'm giving YouTube all these watch hours, but I'm so restrained I can't fucking show anything. It's not fun. I can't play my real music. I can't play wrestling events. I can't, right? So I can't do the shit I want to do, right? Because if it was up to me, I would just be showing Monday Night Raw every week and do Monday Night Raw. You know how much fun people have with me? People have fun when they get to watch me do wrestling because I love wrestling. But they can't watch me do wrestling broadcasts on YouTube. Right?
Right.
You know, I like to listen to Jay-Z and Dave Matthews and just play concerts, and all that shit gets you copyright strikes.
Which is some shit.
Right. It doesn't get you copyright strikes in Gather.
Right.
So now, James, it's like this. So now let's say you do your James Apperson podcast for a little bit on YouTube, and maybe sometimes you do some videos, right? But then you just say, hey, I'm going to go hang out and Gather for a couple hours before I go to bed. So you deliberately make your stream shorter, right? And you replace that with Gather time. And matter of fact, it's going to be easy because if you're streaming from Gather, people are already going to be in Gather with you. Just like the other stream, like Carrie Ann's already going to be there, Cameron's going to be there, Joe's going to be there. So when you go to Gather, people's already going to be there.
Sure.
And now you can do whatever the fuck you want. Play music videos. You literally, James, you can watch fucking Netflix. You can be like, HBO Max, y'all want to watch Game of Thrones? Cool. Game of Thrones it is. You see what I'm saying? Now, sure, you're not skyrocketing in your YouTube subscribers, but the viewers you have are way more likely to subscribe to or to send you money. Because now we're like, yo, we have so much fun with James. Yeah, donate fucking money to James. James, James, you got some merchandise? Yeah, cool, let's get the James out. Oh, by the way, I'm going to put your shit in the merchandise store, so we're going to make you some t-shirts and shit. But go ahead.
I have thought about setting up a rotating fund every month where instead of sending $50 a gift card to people for being Atheist of the Month or whatever, we just have like, you know, here's our super chat recipient of the month. Whatever you guys contribute goes directly in account for them because they're struggling right now. So if you guys want to help out, like I have thought about doing that.
Yeah, that's super cool. A person to link up with about that is YouTube Punk.
Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube Punk. YouTube Punk tries to know what's up with people and who needs what, you know. Yeah, that's great. I try to do the thing where I give a gift card to, like I do the $50 gift card thing to the viewer mod of the month. So far it's gone to Carrie Ann, Cameron, and Stupid Whore Energy.
I really don't need the money, but I would like to be able to help out people if I can.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might do something like that, like a charity stream or something, and try to set it to a fund. That's the other thing we should sit there and talk about is what the hell we do with this church, God damn it. But yeah, man, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. We don't have to tackle everything. But yeah, man, I love working with you, man, and we're having a great time out here. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to throw some of that perspective out there because that's where I'm at, right? I'm thinking like that now. I'm thinking I've already made means for my community to support me. We're small but growing, right? The YouTube numbers are growing. We're not stagnating or not growing in the right direction. Here's the other thing to think about. I think the growth comes, like you said, through the collaborations. So I would focus less on content shifting because, like Cameron said, like your content isn't the problem. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't have enough viewers. The problem is I don't have enough viewers, and it's hard to get more viewers. So number one, people just have to accept, y'all, we can't magically get more viewers. It's just not that easy. Most of the people you guys have been watching, they've been out here for a long time. Even the Godless Engineer, the reason his videos don't work, it isn't because he makes these tightly produced videos and then sits there in front of the camera and chats with people. Nobody's channel is built on their format. Right? It's built on their content. Godless Engineer's channel's big because he's been out here for fucking ever making great videos and great streams and debates and appearing on other people's shit and editing shit, and he plays different characters and he has costumes and he's just a great broadcaster.
Right.
So people should not think it's the formula or that it's the format. No, James, you're never going to grow because your streams are too long. YouTube is like, what are you talking about? Everybody's quitting making these type videos because they want to make long live streams every day. What's wrong with y'all? Right. James, what you're doing right now is 2022 thinking, right? Right. Guys, post-production sucks. Editing is a bitch. It slows down your computer. Uploading is a pain in the ass. It takes forever. And then what's the payoff? A non-interactive video. Mm-hmm. No, you go live. You're as live as late as you want to. Peace. See y'all tomorrow.
Right.
You know, and not everybody can do that. Right. So you see somebody like Paula Gia who made so many great videos that learning how to be live and good was an adjustment for him. And I still don't think he's that charismatic, but but that's just me. But he has figured it out and done, really well with it. But yeah, James, like what you're doing is dope too. I just think like what I was gonna say is like I have something coming up. I'm trying to do something with Derek in the next few weeks, right? Mm-hmm. I think we're trying to do this thing with the dating thing. So because if we get back on with Stupid or Energy, for instance, or let's just say Heathen Queen, like that's potentially an avenue to doing regular stuff with her, and then all of a sudden she's going over to I want to say the Atheist Experience or whoever's over on that land now, right? Because she's still hosting stuff over there, right? And then maybe she's then saying, hey, I've been doing stuff with this Call to the Flying Man thing. You got to get Jay and James Apperson on to Jimmy Snow, right? And then we go over there, right? So it might not really be the format. It might really be like we have to just bide our time, keep doing what we're doing, keep supporting our community, and then it will grow when we get these different opportunities to go out and, reach a new audience. It's reaching the new audiences that's hard. The audience you've reached is fucking thrilled with your shit, James. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Skeptic Haven wants you to talk about science on their channel.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm all about it. Just have them hit me up or on Discord, or PocketLocker86 is the email I use. That's separate for this stuff, so it's real easy to find stuff related to the stream. But yeah, I'd love to. Anybody that wants to chat, go ahead, James.
So I just want to let you know that because I keep forgetting they keep saying, "Did you ask Jay yet? I'm like, I keep forgetting, man.
Oh yeah. Let them know anytime, man. Anytime. Yeah.
So that's what we're at about it. So yeah, everything you're saying makes sense, and I just need to polish my act a little bit.
Yeah,
like you said, I need a voice meter and that banana.
Yeah. And invest in your technology, always it'll pay off. And then
computer, second monitor.
But then also here's the other thing, James, the time, man. Like I just did 100 days, right? Mm-hmm. You just can't fake it. That 10,000 hours mentality. I have that too. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I did the Kent thing and leading up to that, it was funny that we called out Sal the other day because the truth is, Modern Day Debate invited me to debate Sal a while ago. I just didn't take it. I didn't care. And part of it was I had enough going on. I didn't want too much too soon.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to explore and be weird and be small and build my audience. I didn't want that. I didn't want everybody telling me what to do, and now everything's got to be tight and scripted. And I wanted to kind of say, I want to keep growing. So I don't want to not do stuff, but I was like, I want to do me. Even PineCreek, that was one of the great pieces of advice that PineCreek gave me, was grow organically. Grow, because another way to grow is to just start going on people's panels, James. Literally, you should just call in the Nate show and call in the PineCreek show and call in as many places you can call in. Now I definitely think you should call in the Derek show if he has an open panel. But there's something to growing organically getting your experience and then saying the big time isn't going anywhere, and I'll get there when I get there. So I think about it like wrestling, right? Like, some people just want to be in the WWE as soon as they can because that's the biggest promotion where you're going to make the most money, right?
Right.
But some people really want to hone their craft first.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to go to wrestling school. And then they want to work on the independents. And then they want to go to Japan and see if they've got what it takes to cut it in Japan.
Yeah.
And then they want, they want to go on the independent, that kind of next level where you go back to the States and now you're kind of somebody, and then they want to build up their fans through social media. Those are the people who, when they finally do go to WWE, we already know who they are.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
And they come in on a different level because they're not nobody who showed up yesterday, but we only love because so-and-so told us they're a big deal. That's how a lot of it is. It's like, yeah, sure, if Derek and PineCreek and Nate and all these people tell you that, you should pay attention to a content creator, you'll probably go pay attention to them. Yeah. But you won't have a same connection with them because all you know about them is that they're the new popular, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Whereas like us, by the time we get to the point that we show up at an atheist convention as Austin events, like it's different because our audience is already with us, right? Like that's what I loved about when I did the debate with Ken Hovind, or when we invaded Sal's debate with Aaron Ra. We literally had fucking the host and Aaron Ra and all these people going, who is this Pocket Locker guy, right? Because there was so many comments about us. Then there was 3 or 4 different super chats. And they're like, what the hell? It's like, right? There's like they're being invaded because it isn't anybody else putting us on. It isn't somebody else sponsoring us. It's us being like, nope, sorry, we're here on our own. We made it up. This is our thing. Sorry, what y'all know about us? Too bad. Oop. Sounds like a personal problem, right? But that's the difference is because I wanted it to be built that way. I didn't want anybody to say, oh, he did this, and then he did this, and then he went viral and he blew up. No, like even when Gustick Gibbon found us, we earned that. We was out here every fucking night. That clip she took of me yelling with Donnie and Bible research, that was like the 4th night in a row we had been with them so much that like we just didn't give a shit anymore, right? Because we were comfortable there. And so like we were doing that type of stuff, like we had just been out here. So it was too late for anybody and it gave me time, like to figure out the stick and the promos and the costumes and how to do it. I really wanted to take time to do all that. And I still do, right? I don't jump on every single thing that somebody offers me because I'm not trying to peak too soon.
Right.
Right? I don't want to get exposed too big before myself, the people I work with, the community is kind of ready for that. That way, people are like, God damn, these people are like on some other shit. So, yeah, I think I'm fine growing slow. And in the meantime, it's like we're doing the things that our community is excited about. And so I think they're just more and more excited to support us because they see us growing, right? So I think once you remove some of those artificial barriers, which it's fortunate that you can do, then all of a sudden I just think it frees you up. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah. Like, this is cool, Lena's in here streaming. Go ahead.
Lena's streaming right now?
She's in the same table as us. You see her screen?
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
Yeah. Hey, Lena.
I've been lurking for a little bit now, but hi.
Yeah, I noticed you lurking. I just was pointing out that I saw you gaming. All right, y'all, I'm going to play this Trump clip because this is actually exciting to me. This was good. This is actually like, I don't know. This felt good, kind of like the Alex Jones thing felt good. And we may not, I don't know if we're going to get Trump, but it is, I think, important that some of these things we get as much as we get. So we'll see. All right, so here we go. Let me put my screen up there. Make sure we're optimized for video. Here we go.
That could be what a criminal jury finds to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump committed those crimes. There is an informer inside Donald Trump's home in Florida. That is the breaking news. Reported tonight in the Washington Post under the headline, Trump worker told FBI about moving Mar-a-Lago boxes on ex-president's orders. In each one of the Justice Department's legal filings in the appropriately titled case of Donald J. Trump versus the United States of America, the Justice Department has repeatedly used a phrase that appeared in last night's filing in the case to the Supreme Court by the Solicitor General. The FBI uncovered evidence. There are two key points in the story where the Justice Department leans very heavily on some variation of that phrase. Every single time the Justice Department lays out the chronology of their investigation in a legal filing in court, they always say that after Donald Trump returned 15 boxes of documents to the government 1 year after he left the presidency, the FBI somehow knew that there were still more government documents in Donald Trump's possession. In last night's filing, the Solicitor General put it this way. The FBI developed evidence that additional boxes remaining at Trump's residence at the Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach, Florida,
Can we hold on for
were
a second?
also likely to contain.
Yep.
I want to say something about this. Nobody ever mentions this, and I do not know why nobody talks about this. But look, this is how it should work, right? Every single time there's a document that gets generated in the White House that becomes property of the White House and part of their official records that are supposed to last forever, it should be given an official library number, right? It should be cataloged and put in the computer system, and that's impenetrable. Like nobody can alter that system except for the librarian person. And it's just like a book, like getting a new book into the library. You sign out a number, you give it a place in the system. Here's exactly what the description is. Here's exactly where you find it on the shelf. And here's a digital copy of it that's uploaded to a cloud that's secure in the government, so they can always verify to make sure no pages are missing later. And then every single time that somebody's done using it, they should have to hand it into the librarian person whose job it is to make sure that the contents are what they're supposed to be, stamp it, put it in the special thing, and lock it shut, period. And then if some shit goes missing later, they shouldn't be like, I'm not sure how many files were missing or which ones were missing. Does anybody know? No, I don't know. That shouldn't be a thing. If you look at the way that Amazon Warehouse does their stuff now and you place an order, they've got these robots that are computer generated.
Right.
The robots know exactly what to pick for you based on the numbers that are assigned to the inventory locations. The robot goes and gets it, picks it up, verifies that it's the right product by the code that's on it, by the weight of it or whatever else, and just delivers it back to where it gets boxed up, period. And that should be the same kind of a thing. There should be an actual physical process where they've got this big, giant physical library with rows and rows and rows, and these robots know exactly where to put shit in and get stuff out from. So there should be no confusion on their part about what they're missing, where it's supposed to be, what was in it. Like, does anybody else like have it occur to them that the White House, it makes no sense that they're like, I don't know what we're missing?
Man, I completely agree with you. And for me, it reminds me of working in the Anslinger Library. If people don't know who Harry Jacob Anslinger is, he's he's the first U.S. drug czar. Let me get his little bio here. His little Wikipedia page. Anyway, he left his archive at Penn State University, right? He is the United States government official. Let me put this on. This United States government official served as the first commissioner to the U.S. Treasury Department's Federal Bureau of Narcotics during the presidencies of Hoover, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, and John F. Kennedy. Was a supporter of prohibition and the criminalization of drugs and spearheaded anti-drug policy campaigns. So he left his archive at the Pennsylvania State University. You can hear here. In 1909, Henry enrolled in the Altoona Business College at the age of 17, and for the next 2 years received additional tutoring. In 1912, he granted a furlough, permitting him to enroll at the Pennsylvania State College, where he studied in a 2-year associate degree program in business and engineering while working during weekends and vacation periods. So I studied this dude's archive when I was a student at Penn State for an independent study, and it was exactly what you described, James. This shit was way more secure than whatever the fuck is going on with Trump. It's in a special collections library, so you have to go to a special area in the library, right? It isn't something everybody has access to. It's like a real special area. You are under surveillance the entire time. You have to go into a locker room. You get assigned a locker. You have to put all your stuff in a locker. You're not allowed to photograph anything, or you have to, you have to have permission to do anything. You're not allowed to mark anything. So you're not allowed to bring any pens or anything like that. You're not allowed to reproduce any of the documents, right? Like, you have to do your research there under surveillance. They bring you out, a person like comes out and greets you and like gives you a list of what's available in the archive that you're looking in, and they go back, they like get it, they like bring it out to you in a cart. There's like a special room for you going to view it, and it's super fucking dope. Like, I used to literally bring chicks there because I was like, it's like Da Vinci Code shit. Like, I'm getting hella laid, right?
Yeah.
Because
atmosphere, hell yeah.
Yeah, because the atmosphere, it's serious as shit, right? And like there's like all his letters with the presidents, all his correspondence with like royalty and kings and queens, pictures of him with the Rat Pack, fucking ships filled with marijuana. I mean, it's like his birthday cards, fucking everything. He left his whole fucking life in this huge archive, right? But that's exactly how it works.
Yeah,
and this shit like would never happen.
How come even the people on the left side of the fence in the political arena, how come they're not talking about this?
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But this is what I'm saying. We're just talking about a bureaucrat. We're talking about a historic bureaucrat. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what it is. And like in other, relatively famous or historic things related to Penn State, right?
Right.
We're talking about top secret fucking presidential fucking fuckface national security secrets?
Including other nations' secrets.
And this motherfucker's like, yeah, I'm about to go to Mar-a-Lago, see, grab them boxes over there. Yeah, call the fucking helicopter. The fuck is wrong with these people?
Right.
Holy shit.
And think about, like, all the noise they made about Hillary's emails. This shit happens, they don't even blink an eye, which means they never cared about the issues in the first fucking place. Never did did the conservatives care about Hillary's emails. It was all about their culture war. It never was about national security or standards or anything else.
Never. At all. All right, so Stupid Heart Energy, thanks for dropping that. There's a Mayweather fight on Saturday. Floyd Mayweather's fighting a YouTuber. Oh, he's having a press conference right now. All right, but yeah, we'll stream the fight, y'all. All these Mayweather team, they're just money grabs. They're just like they're just straight money grabs where Floyd Mayweather is quote unquote retired, which is basically now a way for him to stay undefeated and not have to fight anybody that can actually fight. But they are fun boxing nights, and quite often there are good fights on the card. And hey, it's a Floyd Mayweather fight. So yeah, we'll definitely check that out. Thanks so much for dropping that link, Stupid Heart Energy. But yeah, James, I agree with you.
Hey, I shot hoops with Sugar Ray Leonard years ago.
You start what?
I shot basketball hoops with Sugar Ray Leonard.
Really?
Yeah, it was in Wyandotte, Michigan. There was an old gym there that he used to go to all the time back in the late 80s.
I imagine you're a lot bigger than him, right?
I'm taller than him.
Taller,
yeah. But yeah, we shot
That's super cool.
It was dope. I got pictures of it somewhere.
How is he? Is he a good basketball player? Can he play?
He was decent. Yeah, he was not bad. It was informal, you know.
You play basketball? I know you like to shoot hoops.
I was good at it in high school, but I was even better at football, and people wanted me to go like take it seriously. But my mom was going through the JW thing, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and you can't do sports or extracurricular, so I couldn't take it seriously. But I was really good at football.
Damn, that makes sense.
But yeah, we went to that gym regularly, and he was always there. And one day he was just shooting hoops, and I shot hoops with him. And it was like I shot hoops with a guy for probably more than a half hour before somebody started calling him Sugar Ray. I'm like, why are you calling that? That's Sugar Ray. I'm like, you look familiar.
Damn.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. Small world.
My mom's got pictures of it somewhere. Yeah, that's pretty. And I met Michael Jackson twice when I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah, once at a religious convention because he was doing the JW thing. And then
and he was out on the religious scene like that?
Yeah, he actually showed up. He showed up with all his people, and it was crazy. I mean, they had their own section, and he had bodyguards and that shit. But yeah, he showed up.
Whoa.
Yeah. So it's my job to help people find seats. So I helped him find his seat.
Captive Desk, I see your last video, but I am not going to play it because I'm not going to play anything with Khalil in it. I think that's the EA Dawa. I think he had a conversation with EA Dawa. I'm not going.
We don't platform him.
Yeah. But he said he took the Jay Bundy approach. I'm honored. I really do appreciate that.
Go watch that.
If people want to check it out, feel free. But I'm just not going to do it on stream. I'm
going to go check him out. Yeah, I'm not going to platform him, but I will watch that and we can talk.
I wouldn't mind watching it off stream. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And then, but I don't talk about his criminal stuff either because I'm waiting until he's been officially found guilty, and then I'm going to talk about his criminal shit.
Yeah, and that's interesting for me too, right? Because I'm not about talking about anybody's past or criminal stuff on my channel, right? Mm-hmm. As sort of a thing with people I interact with, right? But we're talking about Trump's crimes right now. I don't know the nigga Trump, right? So it's just if he's a person of interest of us who's done something criminal and horrible, then I definitely think I'm with you. Like, I'd be down to talk about it, especially because I don't interact with him. He's not my friend or anything like that. And it's not like we're doing this to a viewer or somebody I'm going into a debate with where I'm just like, that's not what this is about. But if it's just like, isn't it glad that this fucking asshole is no longer in our community, then yeah, let's roast his ass, Yeah. Especially because I don't, to just speak briefly to domestic violence and issues, there's levels to this game. Like everything else, there's a continuum, and we can't pretend that anybody that's, asked a woman out too many times or maybe, touch somebody inappropriately, right, is on level with somebody that's out here harming children.
Right, yeah, what he's accused of, and I find it credible, is incredibly serious, but I gotta wait until all the facts come out.
Yeah. All I'm saying is I'm not the first. I want to be the last one to jump on people who have done things wrong, especially if I understand that. And when it comes to violence in home and stuff like that, I've worked with a lot of guys, like me, we've been through that. You see what I'm saying? Right. But we had to get right. We had to get in the program. We had to support each other. You got to get repentant. You can't be, it's like, you have people come in, people talk about blaming the victim. When people go through shit like that, that's a natural response because they're hurt. Mm-hmm. And something happened. And a lot of times the victim is quite frankly culpable and hasn't been held responsible for what they've done wrong, right? Hurt people, and a lot of times the person in front of me was the person responding, not the person initiating. But nevertheless, they've got to get right. You've got to realize what you've done wrong. If you've made a mistake, that if your life is now in shambles as a result of things you've done, right?
Right.
And
but if you out there molesting children, especially your own, like minor children, like you don't just theoretically.
Theoretically, right. And you ain't repenting about a goddamn thing. We don't.
We don't need to hear another word from you about morality and about how your religion made you more moral than us.
Yes. And then that also becomes a thing we got to talk about, right? Where it's like these fuckfaces constantly want to tell us they're rat. It don't matter. We talk about some people who don't need to be talked about. Yeah, somebody sent us a video. He's doing a video with EA Dawa, so we're talking about that. We're not going to watch it on stream because we don't watch stuff with EA Dawa. I feel bad for Captive Des because he may not even have known. I didn't know. You know.
He probably didn't. He probably doesn't know what happened.
Yeah. Classified information. That is such a loaded sentence. The FBI developed evidence that Donald Trump had more boxes of classified documents. How did they do that? How did the FBI develop that evidence? How did the FBI find that out?
Look how happy he is, James, right?
In every chronology prosecutors have presented.
He's got to keep it so serious, but he loves this.
FBI agents.
He's like, this is the best show we've ever done.
Going to Florida on June 3rd to personally take custody of the remaining documents in Donald Trump's possession. And when they take those documents, that's the day when Trump lawyer Christina Bobb was reportedly talked into signing a certification that was completely false, a certification saying that the documents being handed over on June 3rd were the very...
Also, James, I think you have a Control-A... Wait. What? It's not working. Oh, Control-Shift-A. All right, James, if you press Control-Shift-A, it'll mute your mic automatically. It's way faster.
Oh.
Yeah, just in case you're clicking around.
Very last government documents in Donald Trump's possession. Donald Trump had been hit with a subpoena for those documents by the government, so he had to turn over all of the remaining documents on that day because defying the subpoena would be a crime in and of itself.
What the fuck?
So the FBI agents and the prosecutor at Donald Trump's home on June 3rd took that small collection of documents that they were handed that day, and they took that written statement made under oath that there was absolutely nothing left in Donald Trump's home. And then the next line in the government's tone of the story
What's
is
up, Lola?
always a version of what the Solicitor General
Hey, Caterpillar.
wrote in last night's filing to the Supreme Court. Quote,
we appreciate you coming through. Thanks, Caterpillar. Thank you so much for coming by.
That the response to the grand jury subpoena was incomplete, that additional classified documents likely remained at Mar-a-Lago, and that efforts had likely been undertaken to obstruct the investigation. Every version of that sentence that prosecutors have written in their court filings has always been the most loaded sentence in their filings. The FBI...
Oh, yeah. Also, we were watching some Steven Seagal footage last night. Apparently, Steven Seagal is actually like a legit badass. I didn't know that.
I uncovered evidence. The FBI uncovered evidence
Carrie Ann proved me wrong.
Didn't hand over all of the documents subject to the subpoena on June 3rd. Donald Trump withheld government documents again. How did the FBI uncover that evidence? And how does that evidence show that it wasn't just a mistake that Donald Trump didn't hand over all of the documents, but it was actually, quote, undertaken to obstruct the investigation? How did the FBI...
Guys, this is what is amazing. And of course, this brings me back to Sharp James. Sharp James was the mayor of Newark, New Jersey before Cory Booker. He's very corrupt. He was there for 25 years or some shit like that. And he had just gotten away with fucking everything. And he was one of those people, you know, people were calling the Teflon Don and all of this shit, right? That was a term way around before Donald Trump, you know? And it was like, you couldn't get him. But then he got sloppy with some documents. He ended up getting caught on a contract like a contract to his girlfriend, right? Always some dumb shit. Contract to the mistress. Like, God, just fuck the bitch. Just don't throw your career down the toilet. And he went to trial on that, and then he accepted a plea on the stuff that we found in the law department, which was some really sloppy paperwork. He had taken these credit cards. When you're the mayor, you're the head of the police department, and the head of the city as a corporation, and you have access to these corporate cards. And he had done a bunch of unauthorized spending on them, and then they tried to cover up those transactions and white out over them and then copy them. And so, there was all this falsifying of records and shit, right? And we found all this shit left in a box in the law department where either these motherfuckers were just so dumb they forgot it was there or whatever the fuck, or somebody deliberately left it there as a a smoking gun, right, left in the law department's closet. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's sorry, it was weird because I realized James is muted. But yeah, it was some weird shit, and that's what this reminds me of. That Trump has gotten away with the big, obvious, heinous crimes that we all know. We'd be in jail for the rest of our lives for, right? Mm-hmm. And that might not be the thing that he goes to jail for. It might not be the obvious insurrection shit. It might just be how stupid and dumb he was with these fucking boxes. And what this guy's going to get into that's so interesting is how easily he could have legally avoided all of this.
Right. It's like how they had to get Capone through taxes instead of all his actual...
Boom. Yeah, we talked about this before, but yeah, I just wanted to re-mention that for some people to know. But that's what this is now reminding me of. It's really coming back. Just got sloppy with them boxes. It's them boxes, folks, man.
Find that out. Now we know. Tonight we know. Now we know that there is a witness on the verge of becoming the most famous witness in the world and the most important witness ever to testify against a former president of the United States, a witness who might be able to deliver proof beyond a reasonable doubt to a criminal jury of crimes.
Wait, I'm stealing his punchline. Sorry, I saw this last night and this is so good. I normally don't watch it. I know y'all ruined my YouTube. But guys, wait, this is something I gotta make sure I understand about what's going on with this man is telling us about Donald Trump today is James. All right, James. So here's the thing, right? Guys, let this soak in. There's a witness inside the Trump home, inside Mar-a-Lago, that has helped the FBI with this, right? Mm-hmm. Guys, you know what's going on to Trump, guys? Mm-hmm. The calls are coming from inside the house. What, right. Yo, what scary movie was that? Like Scream or some shit, right? It was some dumbass scary movie where they were trying to, they call the cops, whatever. The minute they call back, they go, the calls are coming from inside the house. Oh my God, that's what the fuck's going on, Trump. But guys, here's the punchline. But it gets better.
Committed by Donald Trump. The Washington Post is reporting tonight a Trump employee has told federal agents about moving boxes of documents at Mar-a-Lago at the specific direction of the former president, according to people familiar with the investigation.
Ooh.
It gets worse.
It gets worse.
When did Donald Trump tell the Trump employee to move the boxes? The Washington Post is reporting that Donald Trump told the Trump employee to move the boxes after Donald Trump received a subpoena from the federal government for those boxes.
Whoops.
The fact that Donald Trump ordered the movement of those boxes after he received a subpoena could be proof beyond a reasonable doubt of Donald Trump's intention to commit obstruction of justice. It gets worse.
It gets better.
The Washington Post is reporting that there are multiple witness accounts about Donald Trump ordering the boxes moved after receiving the subpoena in May. The people familiar with the investigation said agents have gathered witness accounts.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later, Red Pill.
That after
I'll
Trump
unblock your other
advisors
account.
received a subpoena in May for any classified documents that remained at Mar-a-Lago, Trump told people to move boxes to his residence at the property. And it gets worse.
It gets better.
It's all on video. That description of events was corroborated by the security camera footage, which showed people moving the boxes. After the FBI and a federal prosecutor visited the Trump residence on June in the Washington.
Oh shit! Carrie Ann said that perfectly. That the reporter's tone is like the local hairdresser when I was a kid talking the gossip.
At the time, President Nixon could have.
Here we go. Sorry, wait, hang on a second.
Accounts in the receiving.
Sorry about that. I messed it up.
In May.
But thanks, Carrie Ann. Perfect.
The people familiar with the investigation said agents have gathered witness accounts indicating that after Trump advisors received a subpoena in May for any classified documents that remained at Mar-a-Lago, Trump told people to move boxes to his residence at the property. And it gets worse. It's all on video. That description of events was corroborated by the security camera footage, which showed people moving the boxes. After the FBI and a federal prosecutor visited the Trump residence on June 3rd, armed with a subpoena, and obtained those documents, they went back to Washington and then sent another subpoena to Donald Trump demanding the security camera video recordings from his residence. Those video recordings are now clearly the evidentiary equivalent of the audio recordings made in the Oval Office by President Richard Nixon while President Nixon was ordering crimes to be committed by his staff. Those audio recordings of Nixon, when obtained under subpoena, forced the Republican president to resign the presidency before he would have been impeached in the House of Representatives and removed from office by the United States Senate. They were the proverbial smoking gun in the evidence against Republican President Richard Nixon. At the time, President Nixon could have legally destroyed those audio tapes before they were subject to a subpoena, and probably then survived that investigation. Similarly, Donald Trump could have destroyed the security video recordings at his Florida residence before they were subject to a subpoena. Everything Donald Trump did with those government documents, including classified documents,
unblock Wolfden's other account.
Florida, was profoundly, deeply, and relentlessly stupid. And the evidence increasingly indicates that it was probably criminal. Everything Donald Trump has said publicly about the case has been deeply stupid, and some of it has been self-incriminating, including at a rally last weekend when Donald Trump admitted that he was knowingly in possession of the documents and then said that he kept the material, quote, because it's mine. That, of course, is evidence of the criminal intent to keep those documents for the rest of his life. In tonight's reporting in the Washington Post, an unnamed person who worked for Donald Trump quotes what Donald Trump said while the documents were under subpoena. They're my documents, Trump said, according to an aide who spoke to him. The FBI, no doubt, knows who that aide is, and we can expect that aide to someday be an under oath witness, adding to what could be proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump is guilty of obstruction of justice and violating the Espionage Act.
Damn.
There's only one thing I hate about that.
What's that?
The only thing I hate is how careful they have to be for legal sake. In order to say things like could be or this could be
Right.
true.
Yes. That's
infuriating.
It is kind of annoying. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
I would have said it differently for legal purposes. I would have said something like could become something that prosecution eventually recognizes as criminal in these ways. That way, because I think that's a better way to put it. Because that way, I'm not saying I'm not convinced it's a crime. I'm saying that we have to wait and see if this convinces prosecution that they can charge it as a crime. Because I would actually say, in our opinion, our perception is that these are already crimes, right? But we're not the prosecution. That's up for them to decide. But we can't even imagine how they could see it otherwise. I wouldn't went that far.
Right. Yeah. No, I actually agree with you. Actually, I'm 100% with you on that. And I think that maybe, I don't know, are we in some sort of different place where we're like, oh, we're just opinion commentators, and then they have a different obligation than we do? Because I don't even feel that. Why do you need to be that careful because you're on TV? Is that the deal? They feel like a different journalistic ethic than I have, because I just feel like I'm commentating. I could be like, Trump's clearly that's a crime. What the fuck are we talking about?
Right. I don't get it. I get they have to be somewhat careful for legal reasons, but I think they're being too careful. Uh-oh.
Damn. All right. Well, we've got some. We've got a couple other things to get into here. Oh, here. I was searching in the wrong place. I see.
There have been.
All right, here we go. Let's share.
Been some outtakes released from this stunning interview that Kanye West did with Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson that are so insane and so anti-Semitic that they raise a whole new series of questions about Kanye's seeming obsession with the Jews, or Jew, as he sometimes refers to them. This is super interesting. So over the last week, there's been a lot happening with a musical artist, Kanye West, wherein he showed up in Europe with a White Lives Matter shirt, and then he appeared with Tucker Carlson and talked about how great Trump is, and it was really a very kind of fawning interview, of course, because Kanye West has become useful to the right. And then he ended up getting suspended from multiple social media platforms for basically just going on an anti-Semitic tirade and attacking Jews and saying, I think Diddy is controlled by Jews and all this different stuff. Vice's Motherboard, that's the source for these clips, has now uncovered clips from the Tucker Carlson interview that were cut from what was broadcast, and they are absolutely and utterly insane. And we're going to look at a couple of these. And what I want to mention to people is, I think my audience mostly knows I'm Jewish. I have had experiences with anti-Semites of every flavor. Casual anti-Semites who just unthinkingly have attached themselves to the very easy tropes, oh, Jews are cheap. That's one I dealt with other employees when I worked at Circuit City. I've recently tweeted about that. There's also the sort of more conspiratorial people about an elitist cabal, Bilderberg, Rothschild, this sort of stuff. Then there's also the Black Israelites, which we're going to get into in a moment. There's all sorts of these different flavors, and some people are just obsessed with Jews. They look at Jews as the sole cause of everything that is bad on our planet. Okay, let's get into the first clip. This is an outtake, okay? Kanye says that the founder of Planned Parenthood created Planned Parenthood with the KKK to control the Jew population. And again, this one, you could say this one is not overtly anti-Semitic, but it's all part of the obsession with Jews. Check this out. Let's go to the first one.
Planned Parenthood was made by Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK, to control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah.
All right, hang on a second. Yes. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I affirm. I affirm. Yeah, I don't. That's it. All right, let's just leave it at that. All right, thanks. Bye. Yeah, that was the black phone that just blew up, and I just heard that Kanye West's hood pass has officially been revoked.
Truth.
Just, yeah, Kanye, stay up there with them rich people.
The blood of Christ, who the race, the people.
Wait,
known
guys,
as
put
the
this
race
together.
When I say Margaret Sanger, a known eugenics with the KKK.
What?
To control the Jew population. When I say Jew, I mean the 12 lost tribes of Judah, the blood of Christ.
The blood of Christ. What?
The race, the people known as the race black really are. This is who our people are.
Yeah, this.
Now, you know what I recognize here, James? Like I said, I've been a victim of Fox News. You know who Fox News is? The network that doesn't realize when black people are having a mental health episode and should not be the topic of coverage.
Right.
Oh, did that sound personal? Did that sound personal? Sorry.
No, they intentionally don't recognize it. They know.
Did it sound like I lived? Did I sound like I lived through that or something?
Right.
I mean, this is really. What is he talking about, James? Eugenics and the KKK to control the Jew?
Right.
But to overlook...
Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Seriously. Because the 12 tribes of Judah, who are truly the blood of Christ, which is what he believes as a Christian?
So he thinks black people are the real Jews. Planned Parenthood was co-founded with the KKK so they can kill all of the black babies so that it exterminates the Jews, because we've all been tricked into thinking that Jews are the people that live over in Israel and all that stuff. Those aren't the real Jews. Those aren't the real Jews.
He on some Sinetter shit right now, bro. And the funny thing is, this is the leaked footage of what didn't make air, which says that they knew this shit was way too off base, even for Fox News.
Right.
So then, come on, y'all not supposed to air this. You're supposed to say we were supposed to interview Kanye West tonight, but Kanye, due to a medical situation,
right.
Kanye couldn't make it.
That's what they should have done.
Because we got to start recognizing, right, when somebody literally like, yo, this is not news. This is just tragic. This is just somebody who shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? If Rick James calls you tomorrow and says, "Hey man, this Rick James, I want to go on MSNBC." Oh, Rick James, we love Jesus, super freak. But if the nigga shows out and he's strung out on meth, they're not gonna put him on the air. They're just not going to put him on the air. You understand what I'm saying? And we got to start treating mental health more seriously. But at the same time, I'm bipolar as fuck. I'm black as shit. I rap, all of that shit. I've made beat, all that shit Kanye's supposed to be doing. And ain't no excuse for this. This nigga need to be taking his medicine and seeing his goddamn shrink. And he got to understand that these white people is happy to use your dumb ass if you're going to be out here off your meds talking crazy. And he got to get his shit together because my meds cost me something that amounts to a significant portion of my income. Mm-hmm. And I take 7 pills every day. 7 pills every day. And I got to see it shrink all the time. So what the fuck is this rich mother? What the fuck is this billionaire's excuse?
This is super confusing, so try to follow along.
The blood of Christ. This, as a Christian, is my belief. And I believe that if we saw ourselves as more...
Yeah. So, first of all...
that's true, Carrie.
Margaret
Fact
Sanger,
check yourself or just admit that you don't know.
Sort of women's rights and family planning advocate, was Jewish, as far as my research reveals. So the idea that she wanted to control the Jew population, I don't really know what Kanye means. Control it by lowering it or boosting it. I don't know. This is all completely bonkers. Now, when Kanye talks about the race black are the real Jews, I know some in my audience already know about this and some don't. There is a movement called the Black Israelites or the Hebrew Israelites.
If you guys want to find these people on YouTube, I recommend Signetter Studios. I used to call it Sainter Studios. But Signetter is, I don't know if he's Black Hebrew Israelite himself, but he always has the Black Hebrew. Look, he's live right now with 444 people watching him.
Certain four false gods rise up to possess the corporeal world and our heavens. Here's the catcher.
Right into it, y'all. Right into it always.
But practice falsehood. Profess peace, but practice war.
Reading out their own Bible.
They will incite mortals and angels to all manner of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. Yes.
Jehovah spell fucked up.
Yet assume that they themselves are Jehovah, the veritable creator. And they will inspire mortals to consider them as such. And that's what's going on. You niggas thinking you following Yahuwah the creator, not knowing you following a goddamn man, an angel, a deity, assuming to be creator. OSP clears that up. Professing the what? Your God profess what? Profess truth, but practice falsehood. Huh? Profess what? Profess peace, but practice war. Your God is a God of war and destruction. Huh? They will incite mortals and angels to all manner of evil. We just showed you the practice that your God is participating with the evil.
I haven't been out here, yo. We've been on Signetter a couple times trying to clown them, bro.
They will incite mortals and angels.
Because they like to talk shit about evolution on this channel, too. So I've been on there a couple of times trying to set these motherfuckers straight.
Damn. For the sake of thwarting Yahuwah, Jehovah's person and proceedings. Because Jehovah's not with the bullshit. He gives you free liberty to choose the righteous or the unrighteous. So the choice is on you, God. You, being God as an angel, have a choice to do righteousness or evil. So actually, God is saying is one and the same. It's either you're going to play righteousness and be God, or you're going to play an adversary and be resistant as a false God to Creator. And again, it states, yes, they will even assume that they themselves are Yahuwah, the veritable creator, and they will inspire mortals to consider them as such. And this is your God of the Bible. This is your Elohim in the beginning. God, this is it. He made an idol. They made an idol out the creator. And it's documented in.
It's almost 500 people watching right now. 176,000 subs, bro. That's crazy. Like, that's way bigger audience than Derek. You know what I mean? Like, that's just on that wild stuff.
That's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people, man. That Black Hebrew Israelite stuff, man, they out here.
It is a movement that goes back to the late 1800s where some mostly Pentecostal Black Christians started to claim that in a revelation they learned they were the true Hebrews. You can find examples of the term Hebrews, Israelites, the real Jews, whatever. Generally speaking, this is a pretty racist movement in the modern day.
Yes.
They claim that Jews are sort of devilish imposters and that the real Jews are black folks. Okay. Let's leave it there. There was another clip in which Kanye used a weird metaphor and then brings up the Jews again in the metaphor and then asks for it to be cut from the interview, to which you'll notice Tucker Carlson says, done. When Kanye says, I want that cut out, Tucker says, done. This also is interesting because it exposes
A
that
ghetto
more than
Kent
likely,
broadcast, yep.
part of the agreement for this interview was Kanye has sort of like final edit and can ask for anything to be cut. How common that is on Tucker Carlson's show, I don't know. I've never given that to anybody on our program.
Exactly what our culture
It's crazy that, like,
think about,
y'all, we used to be night stalkers out here calling in all these crazy people channels. We haven't done a lot of that lately, but we had some fun, crazy nights with them. I ain't gonna lie to you. Just because, matter of fact, James, that was the channel that they did the chicken fucking thing on. No, that was EA Dow's channel, the chicken fucking thing. That was yeah, the chicken fucking thing. Remember, I keep talking about when people ask us why we don't fuck chickens. That was on EA Dow's channel.
us judging each other on how white we could talk would be like.
I should have said the same reason people don't fuck their children, dumbass.
Yeah.
If only I'd have known.
Right, if only we'd have known.
You know, a Jewish person judging another Jewish person on how good they danced or something. I mean, that's probably like a bad example when people are going to get mad at that shit. But another thing that they do that I probably want to edit that out in front of that like that.
Done. Tucker says, consider it done, Kanye. You're producing here.
Okay, so, you know, I was talking to Ice Cube today, and we got really beat up in 2020 for saying we need to...
So, guys, I don't know if y'all noticed what's going on here, but it's official. Kanye is the celebrity Sal, right? Like, the same way you don't want Sal to know your prayer request because he will have your business all in the streets, right? I just want to pray for brother David Packman. His new baby is shitting all over the house, and one of his poly partners is threatening to leave if he can't get the baby shit under control because it's not even her baby. I heard the other day one of them threw a water bottle at the other one. And yeah, we just want to pray for brother Tucker Carlson here. He'll be in the divorce court next month. He's also going through pancreatic cancer, right? Like, your business will be all over the internet if you let Sal Cordova pray for you.
Yep.
That is now who Kanye is from. Kanye, you do not want Kanye to mention you. He was taking some criticism for his White Lives Matter shirt the other day, and what did he do? Threw his father under the bus. Well, it's great, you know, my father, a radical black activist, called me, and he thought it was funny. Kanye's father was like, oh my God. Right? And now what did he do? I was talking to Ice Cube earlier today. Ice Cube was like, fuck. I just called Kanye. I was trying to straighten the nigga out. I was trying to help him. Now he got me twisted up in this shit. Now my phone blowing up. People like, Ice Cube, when are we going to see you in a White Lives Matter shirt? Fuck. Right? Like, literally, you don't want to be friends with Kanye. Don't try to intervene with this nigga. Don't take a picture with Kanye. Don't eat at the same restaurant as Kanye, because the next thing you know, he'll be dropping your name on Fox News, and your record sales will be all kinds of fucked up.
Okay.
All kinds of fucked up. Damn, Kanye that's what they just throwing, like, Kanye, what Ice Cube got to do with this?
Done. Tucker says, consider it done, Kanye. You're producing.
Here it is again.
Okay, so, you know, I was talking to Ice Cube today, and we got really beat up in 2020
that ruined his
for
day.
saying we need to approach things a different way and not just be trauma drunk.
Right.
Which is a term that got.
Okay. So, again, the example he tries to go to is something about Jews obsessed with...
Sorry, in the spirit of Uncle Bobby, cheers shit, I gotta get some more alcohol, hang on.
Truth. I don't know if people can hear me or people cannot hear me, but here I am. Pray for me, Sal. The world knows my shame.
Carrie Ann is always letting people know how to get it in with Myron, but I appreciate you, Carrie Ann. Cheers. Cheers, everybody. In the spirit of Uncle Bobby, we're going to drink to this new Republican buzzword, trauma drunk.
Trauma drunk.
Let's get alcohol drunk, everybody. You fucking leftist commies. Hey, Lena, I'm talking about you, leftist commie, social tard, socialist retard, crazy person. Crazy person. All right, Lena? You know what you are? You're trauma drunk. You're trauma drunk. You're just hating the right because you're triggered all the time and you had your little feelings hurt and now you're trauma drunk running around trying to give everybody free health care. It's ridiculous.
Jews realizes it's going nowhere.
Yeah, that is why I learned about all this stuff.
I know. I'm like, he's not wrong.
Small note here. Kanye did say during the interview that he's vaccinated.
Thanks, Carrie
That was
Ann.
cut out from the final cut that aired. I don't think that was Kanye's request. That seems to be a Fox News decision.
No, I need all the ladies coming through with that broad command.
In the streets, every day. One of the amazing things with Mayor Suarez is the murder rate has gone down.
I mean, dudes can enter it too, but
yeah, I don't.
but that'd
you
be
set
kind
that
of weird.
question up. You have more information about about what happened in the hospitals. So, in all honesty, I don't have the most facts, as many facts.
I mean, in your life, like,
so I might have deflected.
The COVID vaccine, being stuck inside. Like, what did you think of all that?
I was vaccinated. It was interesting. A friend of mine
Y'all, he really is Sal, because remember when Sal said, it just came a time where I had to accept that the earth is young, even if I didn't have all the facts that I would like to. Boom. Like, Kanye West is literally playing from the Sal Cardova playbook right now. Awful.
So I was vaccinated was removed from the final cut. And then lastly here, just
I
again,
was
the
vaccinated
continued
was
obsession with Jewish
removed?
people,
Oh
and
my
this one he
goodness.
does the sort of like money trope where he says he would rather his kids know about Hanukkah
they bring them on to
rather than
use them and then
Kwanzaa because
cut
it'll
out the
come
I
with
was
some
vaccinated.
financial engineering. And again, this is the idea.
Oh yeah, guys,
that
listen to
Jews
this. This
control
shit
the
is
financial
awful.
system, and this is one of the oldest anti-Semitic claims around, and Kanye's full in on it. Listen to listen to how casually he mentions
This is ridiculous.
Biting my tongue on my political opinion because I thought it would be better for my children. And now you look up and my kids are going to a school that teaches black kids a complicated Kwanzaa. I prefer my kids knew Hanukkah than Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering. Kwanzaa doesn't,
So, and by the way, I can tell you, at Hanukkah, nobody talks to you about IRAs or compounding interest. It's just not, it's not where I ever learned about that stuff. He's obsessed with Jewish people. And I have seen people like this. There are folks who get fixated on particular things. And sometimes it's, the hammer that turns everything into a nail for them is Jews. Sometimes it's, the Trilateral Commission. Sometimes it's geoengineering or control through fluoride in the water system or whatever the case may be. Fox News has sort of backed off with a number of segments in the last 24 hours saying the White Lives Matter thing is interesting, but all the anti-Semitic tweets, that's too far. Maria Bartiromo, for example, and others. And they're chalking this up to mental illness. And again, sure, mental illness can be a factor, but most mentally ill people don't become obsessed with the Jews. Really bonkers stuff from Kanye, and I find it all to be completely horrible. I've seen several people in my life try to quit smoking or vaping, and quitting has so many benefits, but it does require a strategy. And our sponsor, Fume, is a one-of-a-kind.
All right. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't like Sal. Do you think I could get Sal? If Sal will come out for the pay-per-view, I'll debate Sal. I'll take Sal. I'll do you and Otangelo, me and Sal. I gotta find somebody for Gin and Truth. That's a key one. And Wayne. I was hoping we could do me and Wayne versus Sal and Cindy.
How are you gonna stop Sal? How are you gonna stop Angelo from?
You want to talk to Cindy?
Yeah, she was Sal's tag team partner in the R and Raw debate.
Right, I saw that. I'm just curious.
She was just awful. Like, awful. She's really
Do you think
bad.
she's salvageable?
Who?
No.
in the religious sense, I'm saying?
No. I think I need Sal to have a tag team partner. I need that tag team partner to be someone who the Christian side will think is lovable and fun, which she is, right? Because she has a ton of sympathy on her, right? But she's dog shit.
Yeah.
She's dog shit. That's
Yeah,
exactly that's exactly what a heel wants. A baby face that's actually dog shit that everybody feels bad for. That I don't feel that I just want to hurt. And then on top of that, you know, there's this people think there's this conspiracy thing where they don't know if Donnie's paid me off or if me and Ken Hovind are still working together or if we're really buddies or if we're going to be hanging out at the Hovind compound. So if I just take out his ex like that, people are going to be pretty sure that Donnie and Ken are paying me off. Because it'll be like I'm doing Ken's dirty work.
Yeah.
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 So I figured, you know, kill a bunch of stones with one bird. Something I fucked that up. That's not. I said kill a bunch of stones with a bird. I don't know. Just forget I said that.
Well, we're talking about these people. Like,
Stone a bunch of birds with.
Yeah, stone a bunch of birds with.
Stone a flock of rabbits with a pancake. You might as well just say that.
Oh man.
We're all mad here.
Seriously. All right, here we go. Wait, where's the God-shaped hole?
I told you where it's at. Would you like to take a picture?
Here it is. This is the one I saw. Oh, it's from 5 months ago. Well, I don't know. I just saw it today, so we're watching it now. All right. This is a B.S. Lewis video.
B.S. Lewis puts out some great stuff.
Yeah, he does.
When you like and subscribe, I will fill your BS-shaped hole with my magic. I mean miracle shtick.
Desire. Think about that. Regardless of what sort of attractions you might have, we're nothing but moist robots.
Moist robots.
I had a God-shaped hole.
The way he says that.
One
Moist
day I was
robots.
in the closet, deep in prayer and thanksgiving to the Lord, when all of a sudden I had an intense burning in my belief. Now, this wasn't like when I converted to Mormonism, or charismatic Pentecostalism, or born-again evangelical Christian nationalism, or progressive Christ-conscious prosperity-driven universalism. This one was real, and it was quite painful. After consulting scripture, I knew what I had to do. I rushed across town to meet with my church elder so he could lay hands on me and spiritually heal me with his gift of faith.
Well, I guess it would be
He
nice.
tried everything that his father and his father's father had taught him, but to no avail. My heart was still in excruciating pain. I thanked my pastor, paid him for his time, and then headed home. Well, bless my heart, wouldn't you know I came across a Christian hospital. It must have been an omen from God meant specifically for me.
Absolutely, every
After
time.
dealing with some minor technicalities at the admissions desk, I was rushed straight into the operating room for surgery. When I awoke from the surgery, my doctor was there to consult with me. Oh, good BS, you're awake. How are you feeling? I feel like I was just run over by an iron chariot. Oh no. It should take some time, but you'll heal just fine. There was a hole in your heart, but we patched it up. You said a hole in my heart? Was it shaped like God? How should I know? That's right. It must be a God-shaped hole because no one's ever seen God before. Thanks, Doc. As the doctor left, I reflected on the spiritual meaning of having a God-shaped hole in my heart, and thanked Jesus for obviously guiding the hands of the surgeon to fix it. My meditation was cut short when the pleasant shift nurse came in to bring me my lunch. Pepperoni pizza, a pudding cup, and a banana. Ah, the banana. God's perfect design to refute the devil/evolutionist's lies.
An inflatable banana in Kent's backyard?
A convenient color-coded freshness label. And it fits perfectly in your hand. Oh my golly. A revelation just struck me like a plague in Egypt.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay!
My heart. This banana. It all made sense. I had a banana-shaped hole in my face. I figured it wouldn't hurt to try just the tip, so I gently removed the forepeel. To avoid being too risque for some of the more immature audience out there, let me just say, it was the most beautiful thing to use that glorious hole for God's intended purposes, and one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life. I just knew I would never be the same. After a delicious meal, and having my thirst quenched, I had to use a little cowboy's. What happened next changed my life forever. Staring up from me at the John was a perfectly sized banana-shaped turd. I had 2 banana-shaped holes in my body. What happened next was one of the most awkward, painful, yet strangely satisfying experiences of my life. But for some reason I couldn't quite place my finger on. I had
Jerome Robinson's wandering around. All right,
like
appreciate you, Jerome. Yeah, we're going to gather right after this, actually.
God was just frowning.
Spoiler alert.
I really wish I would have stayed in the closet earlier. And I still have nightmares about bananas to this very day.
Behold, the atheist's nightmare.
So if there is a moral to this testimony, I guess it would be that you don't need to plug every hole that you find, and that Satan, not Jesus, obviously planted bananas in the garden to tempt mankind. Banana, that's all, folks.
All right. Fun. All right, y'all see the gang is here and gather, linked up, man. We're already, right? So it's like perfect. This is like pretty much what the overnight crowd would be like. You know, a few of us friends gathered together, looking to have a good time. So yeah, we're gonna take the party to gather. Is James still around? I was hoping James is still around and we could watch some shows and stuff with James. But I think maybe James dipped out. He does tend to go to bed early, but if not, hopefully he'll catch up with us and gather. Rest of y'all, come on in. If you've got a gather invite. If not, hit me up in Discord, and we can try to get you going. But yeah, we're going to be in here having fun. Oh, shit, my dad just hit me up. Yeah, I think my dad's going to come maybe play some hands with me. So, yeah, we'll get ready to probably chill here and then head to the Pinochle Lounge. I'm going to take my dog out and get ready. So, wait, let's figure out where Jerome Robinson is before we do that. Jerome. Which space are you in, Jerome Robinson? He's in the dungeon. That means he's at the church. Jerome, we're in the office. We're at the ranch. When you first go in to gather, the front page will show you all of the spaces that you have access to and who is in them. So it looks something like boom. Yeah, but wait, let's see where he is first. Let's not go get him first, because I don't want more people getting lost in the dungeon. Let's make sure he gets out of there first. And then, see, when you go to this page, when you go to home, you should go to the Bundy Ranch. You are probably in the Church of the Flying Man. Yeah, I mean, you can go get him AR if you want, but I don't. I just didn't know if you knew where the dungeon is. It's near the portal to the. It's near the portal. Carrie Ann is in here. Yeah, the dungeon's near the portal. Let me see. I could have Myron Bot going there.
I wanted to let you know I'm going to be cutting out of here for a little bit. We kind of have an emergency I got to deal with.
Yeah, no worries. We'll be here. Go ahead, take care of that.
I'm here for a little bit, but I'm not sure when I'm going to have to cut out.
Okay.
It'll be soon.
No worries.
Okay.
And yeah, just hang on, because I'm still live, so let's find Jerome first.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep you company. Unless
my
dog's
I just didn't want you to, talk about it while we're still live. That's all. All right, let me join the gathering. All right, let's go see if we can find. I don't see Jerome in here. I don't think anybody's in here.
Jerome was here. He said, I just don't know where.
Yeah, he said he was here. He said he got lost in the dungeon. He probably just went in here.
There's a dungeon?
Yeah, it's in the church compound. It's like the little door. I haven't shown anybody yet because nobody should be. Yeah, he's in here. And it's like an escape room. That's why he's... Yeah. Jerome Robinson, exit out of there because you're in an escape room. Yeah, you need to just close out of it. Yeah, you need to just close out of it. You need to No, it's not that you need a map and you don't want a map to an escape room. It's that he went into an escape room. I don't know why. I mean, you are free to explore, but that's an escape room. And it tells you that your mission is to escape the dungeon. So he just shouldn't have gone in the escape room without anybody's help.
There's escape rooms with puzzles to figure out to get out.
Yeah, but I haven't, we're trying to get everybody in here first.
Well, I want to try it.
We will, but, it's what we'll do as a group. He just needs to get out of Jerome, close out of the app. Close out of the app, manually. Just restart your browser, quit, respawn. There's a gazillion ways to do it, but stop. We're not going to... Sorry, I'm trying to end the stream, and I'm respawn.
Hit your settings, and there should be a respawn.
Yeah, you need to get out of the maze.
Or the back home. And then you can pick your place on the map if you're using, like I am.
Yeah, because nobody even knows where he is. Yeah, press the home button. There you go. And then when you get to the home button, go to the ranch. Go to Bundy Ranch.
Check the chat and see if you can see who all's in the area, if you can follow somebody.
He can if he goes. Oh, yeah. See if you can follow somebody. So when you get in... you take a chat. Yeah, my Iron Bot's in the... And then you follow somebody. See how this shows me everybody in the captain's room? If I select Carrie Ann and I say follow, I'll immediately go to Carrie Ann. He's just going to go find Carrie Ann. Boop, 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 boop. So you don't have to do anything. Find on map will just point the person out for you, and it'll give you a path that you can manually follow to the person. But Carrie Ann's right. The follow is the easiest thing. Boom. You just follow. Boom. Myron. All right, I gotta get out of here. All right. What am I gonna do? I'm wondering if I should have MyronBot do my streams. That way. Oh yeah, that way I can be in like the tents and stuff and wander around a little bit more. And just leave MyronBot on the spotlight. Interesting. I'm gonna try it. We gonna try it. All right, but right now, MyronBot needs to go, like, sit in my damn cubicle or something. MyronBot, sit in your cubicle, MyronBot. Private areas are places where you can have conversations that won't be heard outside of the lit-up borders. This is one of them, and there are more around your office, yeah. This is dope. All right, so now I don't see anyone on the right side of the screen to follow. Yeah, that's because you're not in here. You're still not in the ranch. You've got to get out of the Jerome. I just feel like he's not okay. He found AR. Okay. I was like, you gotta watch my screen. But now you guys got to get out of the church. You're in the wrong space. There's a bunch of servers. You were given invites to like a bunch of servers. You got to pay attention to where you're at. That's what the home screen is for. Because you guys are at the church, you need to be at the ranch.
Yo.
Yeah, he's got to follow you.
All right, I'm back, but the dogs are eating, so you got to tell me if you can hear them.
Hear who?
I can't hear him, but they're good. They're fine. All right, where's JR? Is he following us? Is he moving? Move around here?
What he's doing.
All right. Now, does he have the password?
Good question.
Somebody's felling trees.
Well, he has the password. No, he has the password. He's got to enter it. Jerome, enter the password. All right, good. He's gone. All right, AR, let's go back to the compound. Rescue operations. All right, where am I at? All right, he should be in here. Is he going to come in here?
All right, I gotta let you go. A girlfriend of mine just sent me a message that's really cryptic.
All right, go ahead.
Today is the day, right? I don't know about you guys, but all sorts of strange stuff happened to me today.
Yeah. Go ahead and take care of that.
Be back soon.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, let's see. UC Love is in here. AR is in here. All right, all right, I still don't think we found Jerome. I think he's probably in. All right, he's not in there anymore. That's good. But I don't see him on the ranch. All right, where's Jerome? I have to find and enter the right password. Yep. All right, we'll see you later, Wolf Den. Wolf Den, hit me up in the Discord if you hit me up in Discord. You should still be able to DM me if you want to link up. All right. YouTube Punk is in here. We're just waiting for Jerome to get into the gather. They're all different passwords, and don't talk about the passwords. And so they're in your message. All right, so when you expand the message that you were sent, the first link that you were sent is to the ranch. Every single one follows the same format. It tells you the place, it tells you the link, it tells you the password. It tells you the place, tells you the link, tells you the password. We are at the ranch. Once you enter your passwords, it'll save them. But you've got to look at your message. It's the first link and the first password. First rule about gatherers, don't talk about passwords. Exactly. Notice I changed the screen to pull it up. Yeah, there's... All right, AR, I'm about to go to, all right, he found it. All right, hopefully he'll be in here soon. Yeah, really, YouTube Punk, first rule about Fight Club. Well, you can make a new one. It's up to you. I mean, it lets you change it every time. Somehow Cameron has like a hat on. And AR's got different colored glasses and shit. I need to edit mine. All right, now we're all in the, now he'll probably load into the opening area. All right, there's Jerome. All right, so now he should just come find us. Hopefully he's clicked on us. All right, so I think now Jerome is in here. Can somebody grab Jerome? He's right out, there he goes. I don't know what he's doing. Does he not see us? Now he locked himself in a room. Jerome, we're across the hall. What is he? All right. There you go. All right. Now, does he have his... Do you have your mic on? And why is it showing me leaving the screen again? All right. Flight Club. First rule about Flight Club. No, I like it. I like it. Flight Club. Yeah. That's the vibe, punk. That's great. All right. We're good. All right. So thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Most of the gang's linked up. There's like eight people watching and 8 people in the 8 or 9 people watching and 8 or 9 people in the ranch. So most of us are here. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. It's been a fun stream. Come over to Gather. We're gonna watch some cheers. Maybe watch some wrestling, play some games, have a good time. My dad's supposed to show up soon and play some cards with me. So, yeah, we're going to have a great time and Gather tonight. Come on over if you can. If not, we will see you tomorrow. I hope you all have a great evening. Thanks so much for all your support. Sam and Jewish Space Laser and the entire crew. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and please share the video with others or leave a comment. All those things really, really help us out. And if you'd like to, there are links in the descriptions where you can donate. Go ahead and put some money in the plate. We appreciate all your help and support. It's been a wonderful time. We'll see you tomorrow. In the name of Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. Poof!
Ready for takeoff?
That. Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Took the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island. Moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof for my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wings in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn.
Oh, somebody proved who did that.
Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas as distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture.
Few seconds.
And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cass. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all